Good evening, good evening. Hello everyone, I'm Dortimer and we are back in Satisfactory in VR to continue my playthrough of Satisfactory 1.1. We are on phase 3. Phase 3, I think it's pretty sure it's phase 3. Yes, complete phase 3. We have done, well, that isn't quite a good indication because we have actually done the first one, the flexible frames, I think it is. But today we're continuing work on our train network. Happy Friday! Yay, it's the weekend. Hello Azurin, hello Russ. Thank you very much for the resubscribe, Russ. 6 months, that is awesome. Thank you very much for all your support. So yeah, we're starting pretty early / on time tonight, so let's see how far we can get. I don't have a solid plan other than continuing the train line. We might build a station at the space elevator, we might build a station at this basics factory here, we might build a station down at the steel plant, but we'll see how we go for time. Yes, long weekend, we get one day off as well for Australia Day / Invasion Day. But it's a Monday off, which is at least a good thing. How you going, Timmy? Got some motors for me, thank you. Yes, you have to put up with me on Monday. Scratch has got some frames. Snowy has some heat sinks. Oh, that's good, Snowy. I can't make those yet. And who's remaining? It is George with some concrete. Thanks, George. Just falling asleep in the bed, so I'm glad you went live early. Wow, you're going to bed early, Russ. You sleeping okay? I don't think I need all that stuff that Doggos gave me. Let me put some stuff in here. We do not need the heat sinks, we do not need the fuse modular frames. I mean, there's lots of other junk we don't need, but let's just use to recycle some parts. So we will drop in here animal parts for recycling and some slugs. Now I have a bit of a problem with the recycling is if we come over here, yeah, I kind of have a lot of biomass and that's going to be jamming up the whole system. So, and the problem is I can't just pull all the biomass here and shove it into here because it will flood the system of biomass, which is not good. So what I really need to do is kind of shuffle things around so it does a stack of each as it goes. Just sad there is no book anymore. I bought a book at 2 AM last night and finished it by 9 AM. Wow, okay. What was the book? Was it a good one? I don't read as much as I should read. I used to read quite a lot, but I think with the rise of the internet, etc., my dedication to books dwindled a bit. That's why I like Penfix. All right, nearly night tonight because you have to prep for your game. Ah, cool. You're running the game tomorrow morning, are you? So do I need all the mats I need? We have lots of pipe. We have lots of concrete. We are short on beams, so I might go pick up some steel beams and then we'll head off down the train line and I'll show you what we've got to in the last couple of sessions. And then we will continue to wind our way through. Now, there's a stretch of line up ahead where I happen to know there's some really nasty local denizens. And I could fight them slowly and surely, or I could take some nuke nobelisks and try not to blow myself up, or I could try the capture and neutralize method. Who's down for 15 hours recently and had it seeking a fix? Ah. I gathered it was a fanfic website. Yeah, my predominant reading is Brandon Sanderson books. I like Brandon Sanderson books. I think they are fun, pulpy fun with lots of detail and amazing twists and plots, but even then I've been slowing down in my reading a lot lately. So I am a third of the way through the 5th book of the Stormlight Archive currently, and it's a bit slow going. I'm doing everything I need. Actually, I need to go to the train line, so let's just pop down to there. Yeah, all your red fanfics using Calibra. Yes, Azurin has been doing a lot of judicious cataloguing and archiving of fanfics. Now, let's hop on a train because we can, because we've got this lovely train line. Now, if people haven't been watching my earlier recent episodes, we're going with a more natural curving train line here, and I'm not bothering with a double line, the traditional double line. We're doing a single line looping to the factories and back. We might double up a little bit in places, but the plan is to try and avoid the traditional double line. Now, I have reinstalled the train interiors mod, which, hey, they upgraded it. This looks fancier than last time. Very cool. Okay, so this is an extra mod that I've added support to the VR mod. So normally your train view is kind of up here, but the train interiors mod lets you drive your train from inside. And I've put the dashboard here so you know how to drive it, and you can actually drive from a first-person perspective, which is very cool in VR. Yeah. I mean, he's reused other assets, but he's actually put little dashboard bits all around it. It looks really cool. So I did a bit more work putting in the foundations underneath the rail since the last stream, because that's fairly tedious and monotonous, and I didn't want to just spend hours on stream doing that. So I've done some of that already. So this whole line, at least up to the new station, is done. And the new station is in the Titan Forest, where we're going to be building a new computers and circuit boards factory. Watch out, Bean! I've still got some scaffolding in here, like the foundations that I stood on to get underneath. I'm always loath to delete those just in case I want to come back and do modifications, but I should go through and do a clean-up pass. So up ahead, we are coming to the new station. Yes, I did hear about Luke Ross taking all his mods down. He took his dummy and he spat it. Oh, we're going up this way. I've got to turn. That's fine. I'm going to actually stop here and hop out and show you the work at this station here. Yes. So Luke Ross is a VR modder, sort of famous or infamous for actually charging money for his mods. So he has a Patreon and he does mods for the really popular AAA games. So this is the station, and you can see I've kind of finished up putting all the supports in here. And I also redid this bit here. I made this slope a little more extreme at the start, so this bit levels out here, because this bit was quite humpy before. So I have now done this. Now this is kind of where I've got up to with the foundations underneath the rail line. I haven't got further than that, but the rail line is functional beyond this point. So yes, Luke Ross, he's a VR modder. He does games like, I think he did Harry Potter, but he used to do GTA and Red Dead Redemption until he got a cease and desist. More recently, he's been well known for doing a Cyberpunk 2077 mod, which has been hugely popular. Yes, he's just done a Baldur's Gate 3 mod. So he picks really popular AAA ones, and he has a technique where he'll do kind of what UEVR does, where he will render the game in VR, but he doesn't do motion controls. He sometimes does some custom user interface stuff to make them more usable, which is can be a pretty big thing compared to just the default experience. So he does a bit of work, but he doesn't do like a full VR motion control implementation. But because he does the hugely popular titles, he earns a bucket load of money from his Patreon, because to get his mods you need to subscribe to his Patreon. And CD Projekt Red, is that what they're called? Actually, I need to back up a bit here, because I need to redo this bit. They told him, could you please stop selling your mod for money for our game? We won't mind if you want to make your mod for free for our game, that is perfectly fine, but if you're selling it for money, please cease and desist. And I know it's not... How do I get out? Just right grip. There we go. I know it's not as easy as just pressing a button to make that particular thing free, because he's actually got it bundled up in all his other mods. But he did say no thanks, and basically took the mod down completely. Since then, another company has sent a cease and desist, saying, while you're at it, can you take our mod out too? And because the risk is, if you get multiple copyright strikes on any platform pretty much, and Patreon is no different, then you can lose your entire site. So I actually kind of understand why he's now taken all his mods offline. That threat of losing everything is pretty high, but he's also being a bit of a dick about it, I think. That's my opinion. I think he could have handled it a lot more diplomatically. Yeah, who'd be first with the BD3 Larian? Was in the Coast Hasbro? Yeah. And this is the thing, is like a lot of the modding is on the understanding that you won't charge money for it. And he is definitely... I mean, he's not even saying pay me a one-off cost. He's saying pay me X amount of money to keep updating this mod. So if a mod breaks, you actually have to pay again to get his mod again. So he was actually earning a very decent income from it, or at least so reports go. Now, this bit here is what I'm dealing with here. This clipping is so minor, but it is triggering me, so I'm going to lower this rail a meter, and then hopefully we'll be able to fit under there. So we taking a swipe at UEVR in the statement? Yeah, in general, it wasn't a very diplomatic statement. So this here is level. I actually went through and made sure that this was level. Well, actually, no, this is that bit over there is level. This is a continuous rise. So to bring this down a meter, I might actually just, because this is the end of this rail, a technique I've used in other places is to just get the same support and just drop it a meter. And that usually hasn't been terrible. Now, actually, I said in the last video that this technique of doing nice curved rails is by a guy on YouTube. His channel is It's Excrubulant, I think it is. And it is a really cool technique for allowing smooth, natural looking curves to rails. Hopefully that'll be natural looking. I'm just lowering it all by meter, so we'll see. This method does have a little bit of leeway in placement of things, so it's not too bad. So, oops. And I will link to the video later on when I'm on a break. Someone did link to it last time, but actually that needs to be, I have stuffed up. That's only half a meter down. Because that's where the old one was, and a meter lower is actually there. I made the mistake of doing it on the pillar instead of on the beam, because the pillar is taller than the beam. Let's do that again. That one there might need to be lowered a little. This looks a little bulgy. Although it is in the middle of nowhere and people probably won't notice. It's not too bad. We're really going to redo that, so I'm just going to delete that because that's where the rail kind of ends anyway. So let's just carry on without that and just take it from here. So what I'll do is I'll put that there. Now I went and rewatched this video and there are a few techniques in there that I was kind of missing before. So one of them is if you do a line out, you know, like this, to make it level, you then take another beam off it and then switch to diagonal mode. And this is actually level. Is it level? No. Default mode? Yes, this is level. So I've already made this level, but I'll illustrate the technique a bit more when we get to a point where it's not level and we want it to be, which might be a while because there's a lot of wiggly stuff coming up ahead. So that is level. And I might continue... Because this is level, we can run it as long as we want. Okay, so what we'll do is I'll actually run it straight to this point here. The stone spike is so weird. You mean these stone spikes? Hibiki Ryuga, hey Hibiki, how's it going? Afternoon, finally got the logistics of my drone-only resource gathering infrastructure perfect. Wow, I'll have to come and visit sometime. It's been a while since I visited Hibiki Ryuga's playthrough. He's an IRL friend of mine who I've been helping out with a few tips and tricks. Yes, there are structures like this that are quite unnatural or quite organic, even though they look rocky. There are quite a few rib-like structures and signs that there's more to this planet than you would think at first. Although I don't know if it's really ever said. Like, I haven't finished the game, so I don't know for sure. But I believe I read that it's never fully explained and it's all just sort of thematic texture. So the idea behind this method is you create effectively two tangents to the curve of the railway. So this is 40 meters coming out this way, and if we now get a beam from this, we can set this to free mode and we can go 40 meters in any direction we want. So we want to kind of go over that curve up there. And the way I do this is I'll stick a pillar on the end here because it gives me something to stand on. Oops. So now if we run a rail from here and we just aim generically for the top here, it will line up pretty well. There are some inaccuracies due to elevation changes, but on the whole, a slight incline like this isn't too bad. So to continue this, you need to go straight from this point. So you put a pillar there, and then you can snap a pillar in default mode to the outside here, and extend that straight out. Now, this is a 40, 40, 40, 40. You can also do it to 20 meters. Oh, Bean! I'm building here. Quick, through his legs, through his legs. So this is segments which are effectively 40 plus 40 tangents, but you can also do it as 20 meters. So if I come out, something is shooting at me. There is indeed a spitter. Stop it! I'm trying to build! Ow! Okay, that's 20 meters. Where did half my health go? This guy also fires rapid fire explosives. Ow! Okay. Had to kill one of those because it refused to leave. Oh, the beans. You can usually prod it with a stick or poke it and it will run away. Anyway, I'm doing 20 meters here. So this is the 40 meter one. So now that we've done a 20 meter one, we can effectively do 40 meters anywhere we want. And you line up the midpoint, 20 meters. So it's there. So that's where the rail connecting will come to. We go from here to here. And then that crests that crest nicely. And so now I can just say another 20 meters from here, sorry, another 40 meters from here, wherever we want to go. And the rail will run to the midpoint of this. So I had this brainwave after last session because this is a complicated bit of forest, and if I just do this rail, while putting the rails down is pretty quick and easy, it is a bit painful if I go the wrong way and have to backtrack. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some surveying with power poles. So I'm just going to use this, and I'm just going to run this as a line down the path that I think the rails should go, and then I can use that as a guide because it'll be much easier to move power poles than it would be to remove the whole railway and come back again. So we're going scouting. Now we could go this way, or we could potentially duck over here. We need to get down in that hole there. I think this way looks more level and would be a cooler, windy passage. We do want to get rid of those stinky plants though, so let me just plug all jetpack. Do we care about the trees in this area? Not so much. I mean, there is going to be a railway through here. Those are terrible throws. Ah, I missed the trees. Okay. There is a problem though, in that there is there's some really nasty things around this area. Okay, so we want to come down to sort of there, and then we want to come down through this passage here. Where is that nasty person? Oh, there's many things under the cave there. I thought there was something before the cave. Okay. Poison stinger. Large stinger. I think there's a nuclear hog that patrols around here somewhere. Which, if I can get him to attack the stingers, would be really useful. The old Doom ultra-violent technique is get the things to fight amongst themselves. Except I don't seem to find him. Tried showing like he did in VR and they all just dropped at my feet. So the trick to do it is you need to hold the trigger, pull back, arm action and release as you're throwing. and then it should throw the obelisk. I think it's an on by default gesture. I don't think there's anything. Okay, something saw me. Is it a spitter? Yes, I know there's a spitter. Nope, there's nuclear radiation. Where is he? There he is. There he is. Oh, he's shooting at me. That's not so useful. I'm going to probably die, but I'm going to dash through here and see if I can get him to fight these guys. Come on. Don't attack me, attack him. Yes! Who's going to win? I think the nuclear hog might lose. Is he dead already? Wow. No, he's over there. Yeah, how weak do we think he is? Oh, he's so huge. Yes. They are scary. They are terrifying. Because these ones drop the poison cloud. Now, the problem is, I think there's another one of those in here. There was a little guy. By little, I mean big, but not as big as the big guy. Unless he got taken out by the ball. There's another big poison one, and there's another smaller one there. Okay, so let's try this. Come on, controllers. That should keep him trapped, but if I go too far away, he might respawn in a different location. Nope, it didn't leave him trapped. Damn it. I'm just going to end up with bunkers littered throughout here. The problem with that is he's still in range of kind of where I need to run the rail, but let's take on this not huge guy while he's hopefully... Come on. Come play. I think he might be stuck. Yeah. He better not climb that ladder. Actually, I'm going to leave that one there just in case he respawns over there. What's down this way? Oh, there's a cave. What's in the cave? Oh, it's a through tunnel. Ooh. Antagonistic creatures can despawn. Anything that isn't tamed despawns. Yeah, if it's too far away, it will probably despawn. And then... if it respawns, it'll respawn possibly at a different point. So these hatcheries, if you crouch, they don't notice you. Oh crap, there's one on the other wall. Which I should have known got one with the rebar. I got 2 of them with the rebar. Can the antagonistic creatures be tamed? No, only the lizard doggos can be tamed. They can be baited onto other antagonistic creatures, and stingers don't like everything else. Everything else happily coexists. I'm just going for those crabs to dissipate. Yeah, stingers hate everything and everything hates stingers. If you can fluke it, an explosive rebar is great against these, because if you can hit one of them, the whole cloud of them goes up. Hey, hit another one. Okay, so where's this tunnel coming out? Oh. Comes out there. That would be kind of cool to run the train line through there. Yes, everything else dies in gas, stingers do not. Okay, so if we go up this way, maybe that's a bit of a sharp turn. I might start from further back. Yeah, if I run that way, from that point, that will give me a better curve and a better angle into it. There we are, those parts. Ever discovered every dog I've tamed go away after a few days? They should still be around after a few days. You can encourage them to go back to your house. Hang on. Oh, right, that was just generically snapping onto that point. Now let me just check the level over here. It's not too bad, but I might tweak it a little bit so it's level. So this was another technique I saw from the video when I went and rewatched it again, although I was kind of already doing something similar. Is if you draw a beam along there, oops, and nudge it out to the side. And basically you can just do it over here like this. So that way this bit is level, and then you can take it from there and hopefully it will still line up, although I've kind of estimated it there. Yeah, that's not great. So the way you can get it straight when you've done something that's not quite right is, first of all, you extend your beam using default mode. Then build a bit of rail here. Now this, I don't know if this works particularly well on beams. Because I don't know if it actually snaps to the beam. I think this is going to be straighter than if I didn't do this. So that's a straight part with an angle kind of close to what I want. And then you bring that there, and then you delete that. You need to spend a few days building infrastructure to drag the max to your base. The doggos, yeah. Yeah, walk, like I've got one on the other side of this map that is, I've just left him there because it's not going to be easy to get him back at all. Now, I might try the 20-meter trick again because this is going to be a bit pokey to get through here. So if I take this one and I measure 20 meters along, I need to cancel and build from there out. That's actually pretty straight. But you know what? I might reset the angle. Just to make sure it is straight, otherwise it's going to get a bit wobbly. So if I put one of these here and one of these here, then I can run a beam from there. Actually, I might want to do it a notch lower. From there to there. So what? Ooh, it's rotated. So what this does is this creates a beam exactly parallel to the rail above, because these other pillars snap onto the rail. So if I put that there and then I nudge it up 1/2 meter, it should give me a precise beam perfectly matched with the position and angle of the forward direction of the rail. That's snapping to the beam, not the pillar. $20 meters. Maybe we should come out more. Because it'd be better to come more from this angle rather than that angle. So maybe this should actually turn and be more of a sharp turn. It's okay, we can do that. Might make it a little higher as well. You know, if I did this just to here and then brought it until it was level, I'm going to run out of beam though, I think. That's actually pretty close. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a beam war. I think that's probably fine. So, 20 meters. Lock it in place, build. 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't remember the next bit either. Oh, come on. Thank you. Now, if we want to make that level, if I follow the same one again, but switch to... Oh, look, it is level. Wow. That's jammy. Now we need to measure out 20. 20 is there. Just wondering if we should do... Oops, something's attacking me. Where? Oh, is that another nuclear hog? I'm tempted to add a straight bit onto this to get further closer. Watching you. Gee, I hope that other poison spider hasn't respawned already. So if I just do it, doesn't matter how far. Oh, yep, he spotted me. I'm gonna have to take him out. Nuclear hogs are annoying. Oh. So these are like in-game bad guys. Oops, I ran out of fuel. And I still have the default rebar. Which is OP, by the way. Yeah, that tickled, and I don't have many... I don't have many inhalers left. That does not bode well for those spiders not being there. Okay, thank goodness his radiation's gone. So because I've measured that as 40, I'm basically doing segments of 20 tangents as well. So I actually need to count back from this 20 meters. So that is there. So 20 meters. So here is where the curve needs to start. Not very much room to get that in place. Oof, no. Ah, it's too... It's too short, damn it. Train line that was damaged by the fires has been fixed. Ah, okay. Who do we appreciate? I thought that was 2468. Never see you back on. Cool. Yeah, when we had our bushfires here, the train station got quite crispy, but fortunately it wasn't enough damage to slow things down or stop things. Ah! Need a hover pack. So that is 14 that way. So we need to come out 14 this way. So that should be about where it's straight. This is the fiddliest part here. This hopefully will be the hardest part of this whole line. But I'm hoping it'll be cool, because going through a cave would be cool, wouldn't it? Maybe I shouldn't have deleted those entirely. That is not level exactly. Damn it, I should have maybe left those other ones there. Actually, we can make this length different. I don't know if I really want to. Why is there math in my factory game? Looking back hotels, debating about it. If I use luck of the Southern Cross, maybe better cut down on costs. Then as in by not having a permanent room? This needs to start curving down, I think. Coming back to this original one.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, so level is there, but I think I do need to come up a little bit here, so that's fine. And I need to turn... I do need to come further than that. Which way's the nudge going? Not that way. That way. Really wish you could highlight 50 items and nudge them all in a direction? No, yeah. Well, that's what blueprints are for, here we go. If you can make it in a blueprint. We go down on Thursday and leave Monday, but I could also arrive Friday and leave Sunday. It's just storing stuff due to check-in times and not wanting to carry it around. Yeah, check-out and check-in can be annoying. Trying to get everything properly scheduled and organized and smoothly operated. So I've completely stuffed up the math here. Completely lost track of measurements. We are going just free range here. If I just drag that to here, is that going to work? Ooh. That's not bad. Just ignoring the math. It would be nice if we could do it in 20-meter blocks. There is an ad break. Twitch wants me to take an ad break, and if I ignore it, I'm going to be doing this in the middle of an ad break. So I'm going to take a break once I find my bunker, because I don't trust anything in this place. So bunker for them, bunker for me. That's probably too low on the door there, but I can get in through the roof. Can I get in through the roof? Wow, that was really poorly placed. Can I slide in? Oh yeah, I'm in. Cool. Now take a few minutes break, and I'll be back shortly. If the Twitch dashboard is actually going to load for me.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
We're back. Yes, bunkers are very useful. As soon as you can make a blueprint maker, and they don't have to be fancy like this, although this one's fairly simple. You can make just a box, but this one has various holes. So what you can do is you can fire out at creatures, or if you trap a creature inside here, you can fire in through them. This one's got a door, but it also has a roof access with a ladder. So I'll often use this one for getting drop pods that are landed. So I'll drop this over the drop pods with the creatures on the outside, and then I can drop in through the hole through the top, loop the drop pod without the creatures attacking, and then go on my merry way. Thanks, Russ. Right, we are in the Titan Forest trying to get sneaky, building a train track through a cavern. Theoretically, we should just be able to go... I wonder if I just completely freeform it and see how it goes. Because ideally you just want to keep the same length, the same time, so each having a 40-meter run, and then the middle point of the track would be at 20 meters. This might be a bit high for the ceiling there. Oops. So this one here, we've cut it a bit shorter, which is probably going to screw up the rest of it, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, by making that shorter, this will be there, and that will need... maybe I should have stuck to the math. I mean, we can still do an angle at that side, it's just we need to measure it to make sure that the next segment is the same length. Might actually try and cut down a little lower to try and get ahead of that ceiling. So this was 23 meters. So 23 meters down this way. Is there. So that should be where the train line comes out level. It's pretty good. But we need to take the next line basically from that point. Does the track need to be elevated? It doesn't, so it can just sit on the ground. So you can just have it go on the ground here, but it doesn't line up very well and it clips a lot. But you know, there can be a style where you just run it along the ground like that. In this particular one, I'm preferring to elevate it, and I've got a frame structure that I put underneath it with some blueprints. So now this one should be 20 meters. And that way, from this point on, we can then do 20 meters. So the usual way of making a railway is to just build a road of foundations and then put the rails on top of the foundations. But you end up with a very structured, very boring sort of railway. Whereas this allows a bit more free-form flow. The halfway point is 20 meters. It's there. This one probably should have come out further. Actually, I might bring it out further. Otherwise, it's going to cut the corner a bit too much. That's a bit of a better angle. Yeah, this is a little bit more fiddly than doing a foundation road, but I'm also taking a really circuitous route here. You wouldn't easily get through this place just with a string of foundations. And again, this is a fiddly section. Normally the runs of this rail have not been this fiddly. Might want that a little higher, because basically I do have, as I said, I've got some blueprints for sort of a structure underneath the rails, but I'm also hoping to fit a hypertube run under the rails as well. And so I do need to leave a bit of room underneath. So Mr. Stinger on the hill there is not there. Little Stinger down there is, though. And by little I mean big, but not as big as the big poison one that was there earlier. Unless the big poison one's just hiding. I'm getting controller battery warning, that's interesting. Come on, here we go. I wonder how good I can be without measuring the 20 meters if I just wing it. Probably not very. Especially in this section because it's so gradual. I should measure it. Can I alter the train? No, you can't. You've noticed when you kill one, you can see the bar that killed the creature? Yes. No, you can't retrieve the rebar. Once it leaves your weapon, it is scenery. No, that's one thing in Satisfactory. There is no terrain deformation, because that would lead to a lot more complicated game engine requirements for something that is ostensibly a game where you're supposed to plonk factories down. So, no, the terrain is rock solid and immutable. Oops. I heard a hog, I think. Okay, so let's have a look. How's this looking? I mean, we could have gone closer to the ground if I didn't have plans to have something underneath it. This bit here is a little high. I think this needs lowering. I think we're going to hit the roof there, which is going to be a pain to jury rig without redoing the whole thing, but it's probably going to be easier than... Ooh, even this might be tight. I think we're going to hit the rock there. Ooh, that's annoying. I'm going to have this entire stream just doing this one tunnel. I mean, if I'm inside the first-person perspective of the train, then I won't be able to tell. Yeah, no, that needs to be lower. Problem is, with the first-person perspective mod, the third person is further back. It's not too bad, it just needs to be a couple of... Oh, yeah, these need to be lower. So it needs to be further than that way and down. Where's my... Okay. Apparently I'm not being able to see. So how's this bit through here? Yeah, maybe 2 meters lower there. No, clip through the roof again, aren't I? Ooh. This section here, oh, yeah, dope. Oh man, that was terrible. Scrap it all, redo it all. Damn it. I am still a noob at this track technique. Okay, so this section here, how are we going to do this? I need to bring this down. I could probably just nudge it from the end there. So this really needs to be down 2 meters. So it really needs to be there. And that's with a pillar through the middle. Through there, actually. This bit needs lowering. How much was that? That's probably a meter or two, but this just needs to come way out wide. We need to swing out much wider than that. Wider and lower. Okay, we will see what we can do. Maybe this beam was the one. 'Cause from here, we need a shorter run here, and then we need to dip down. Let's go from 15. Actually, I'm just going to flatten out here. And I mean, level is there. Ten is there. This is something more OCD about lining things correctly than you. That's also a bit wobbly. That's not straight. Maybe I should just use the wing it and see method. Need to try and sleep. Catch you tomorrow whenever next stream is. No problem, Russ. Have a good sleep. Good luck with your session tomorrow. Good night. This is facing more that way, so I do need to realign everything here. I mean, I've played this game a lot. I've built plenty of rail networks that were foundation highways, and I wanted to do something different this playthrough. So, new technique, being a little bit pedantic about it, yeah, for sure. I'm also not in a rush, so I can take my time. So this here will get me a beam that is parallel and lined up to the rail. At least it should. Ah, what have I done? I've attached it to the right spot, apparently. Actually, I wanted to nudge that back. You know what? I'm going to redo this, and then if it's still terrible, I'm just going to leave it. And I can come back and do it later on my own time, because probably more interesting things, or more varied things I can do on the stream rather than you just watching me do this rail over and over again. Unless you want to watch me do the rail over and over again. Yeah, well, this is the thing, is if it's too low for the hypertube, I can always draw the hypertube out and run a separate line for it. So for a tight spot like this, I might have the hypertube come out and run alongside the rail rather than under it. But otherwise, I don't think I'm going to fit a train through here otherwise. That doesn't look straight at all. Okay. Let's do this trick. Let's have a rail coming back here, and let's hold control. Control should go straight. Oh, it's not going to keep it level though. Ooh, I might have to wing this one. Okay, the diagonal will let me adjust that, so that's about there. Kind of funny because the video that I got this technique from, his catchphrase is pretty much, "It just works." Maybe he had a whole lot more practice than I did it, but it doesn't just work for me. Okay, so now I need to start measuring. Let's try 20 meters. So now this should be able to go way down low. You should well clear the roof. It's not really well lined up. I think I'm going to go a meter over this way. Because that looks straighter. By the power of nudge, I'm going to take a reference point off that. Kind of there. Can you look up the potential beams and check them out from the other end? Those ones there, I'm probably going to redo all of those. I don't think I'm going to rejoin them. I think at this stage it's probably going to be easier just to redo it. Although you can actually really easily join up the beams if you get a straight run. You can basically directly target it, so it'll then join up with the next one. I only need 20 meters down here. I should have just measured out 20 meters, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that needs to be lower. Pretty much all of this rail needs to be lower. If I aim for that point there, theoretically that will go straight and line up. But I also need to bring that out and line it, lower it down as well. So I'm going to need to go down this way anyway to get enough distance to get out of there with enough head clearance. Beast Slayer 343 NM, never mind. Did I miss something? Sorry, YouTube I think sometimes hides questions from me. Beast Slayer, so if you had a question, can you ask it again? Because YouTube chat is a bit weird. And maybe there's a setting I need to set to have all the comments come through, but I think I do miss some YouTube comments. Because I can't see the actual YouTube interface when I'm in VR. Actually, I can probably pull it up. Let me have a look. Will it tell me? In the stupid YouTube. Just give me a sec. Wow, this is really slow. Hello. Nope, I'm not seeing any other comment. Beast Slayer, so if you had some question, feel free to ask again. But welcome, welcome. We are being pedantic about train lines through caves at the moment. Basically, if you measure 20 meters along a 40-meter beam, then that is the center point at which the curve of the rail will be perpendicular to the route, and that's a good place to pause to do the next curve for the next part of the beam, the next part of the rail. See, that's pretty straight. Now, is that low enough, or is that still looks too high? do I care? I can come lower here. Not if I go swimming though. Now, because I'm doing 40-meter beams, I'm doing 20-meter tangents, so I could actually do these a little more shorter so I can get more curvy, but I'm being slack and just doing the easy round number because they're 40-meter beams. Will that be low enough? Do I need to go even lower? Gee. Maybe I should just run it along the ground. That might be easier. I think that missed it. Hey! No paint lost on this locomotive. At least not from that bit. I'm gonna have to remain low here though and swing out wide. I'm going to go out this way. It's actually might need to be a shorter section. No, that's going to be painful. It's quite hard to see that blue on the white in the dark. Plenty of room. Plenty. Easy. And I didn't get too far ahead, so I'm just going to redo that bit. I got up high enough to get a hypertube under it. It's gonna be a little squeezy. Actually, no, that's probably fine. Anyone see any stingers respawned yet? Just a poison chap over there is not there. The other one's not there. I wonder if that other guy is still in his cage. Nope, he's out of his cage. Damn it. Hopefully he doesn't slip out onto the bottom there. Tube journeys are going to be really dull if one is right at the ground level. Well, in VR you can hit third person and it actually puts your head just above the rails. I have tested it over a short segment. And I might not, you know, it might not go the entire rail length the same way. It's just, it would certainly be convenient if I had the option of following the train line wherever the train line went. Keeping an eye out the corner of my eye for any massive predators that might be around. Planning on removing the foundations? Yes. Yeah, I will remove all these beams, the structural beams at the end. And I've got some other sort of infrastructure blueprints of pillars that I put in instead. Which, if we get to the rest of the line, you'll see I've already built for most of the line. But as long as I might come back and tweak these, I'll just leave these beams in as a placeholder. You can tell I don't trust him. Consume. Indeed, Halo J. I remember the good old days. Why am I throwing it at that? I need to hit the thing behind it. I could just run in there, actually. Goodbye, plants.
Listen to the rhythm.
Now, along here, I think we can make this level through here. So we need to do freeform to get the direction. And then if you attach another beam to that and then go to default mode, it will give you the same direction, but it'll give it to you level. That is terrifying, even though he's in that level of cages there. I'm also wondering if there's others up ahead. Actually, do I need to come down lower? Probably do need to start ducking down here. Nice zoo, yeah. I have considered making well, I'm hoping to make a nuclear power station in the swamp. And my plan is to try and cage all the things in the swamp and have my nuclear power station kind of fully encased in glass pathways, so that as you're strolling around the nuclear station, you can see all the greeblies outside the windows. That's the plan. Again, the usual way to do it is to nuke the site from orbit, just get nuclear obelisks and just carpet bomb the entire zone. Where's the fun in that, though? Yay, the swamp, yes. I've not really ever built a factory in the swamp, which is why I want to give it a go, and it seems to be a good place to put radioactive materials. Okay, so you can see kind of this process is a little bit faster when you're not restricted by twisty caves with tight roof space. That said, should have plenty of roof space here, I think. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. What area is the swamp? I'll show you where we are on the map. The swamp is over here. So it's less pretty than this area. Actually, let me duck over there. Oh, there's a drop pod there. With a lot of stinky plants. This is the Titan Forest with the huge Titan trees, and it's a really beautiful place that is full of quite horrific bad guys. Heading the right way. Southeast. I need to head more east. Okay, so Hibiki, you can see in this part of the rail here the sort of the pattern I've got underneath it. So with periodic larger supports and then these red supports with beams running all along the side. So that's kind of the style that will run along the entire railway. That's even fiddlier to put in place than the actual laying of the rails, so I do a lot of that off stream. But basically it's using blueprints for these vertical parts, and then I manually build these in between beams, because they're all at different angles, so you can't really blueprint any of that. How am I flying so far? I am using this fuel, packaged liquid biofuel. So if you build a refiner, you can take... do I have any solid biofuel on me? Yes, it's in the depot. So basically, in a refiner, you can take solid biofuel, put in water, and you can make packaged liquid biofuel as the output. And it doesn't have as much vertical height as any other fuel, but it lasts forever. And so yes, you can just keep going. So this is the edge of the Titan Forest, and down there is the swamp. And so this is a massive waterfall. And this whole zone is the swamp, and it is very green lit and gloomy, with not the nicest sort of setting to it, and it is overrun by stingers and radioactive hogs and spitters and all sorts of greeblies. It's just not a very friendly place. On one of my other saves, I built a swamp safari there. So basically you could get shot by a cannon and land in a pile of goo, and then you'd equip you out and give you a rover so that you could go on safari through the swamp. But I haven't built a factory there ever before. This whole side of the map, like this is the east side of the map, and other playthroughs I've built along the north or the west and the south. So this playthrough I'm building all through the east. Now where did I leave that end of the rail? Completely lost now. I was past this. Got a power line chain of the far east edge from plant top to plant bottom. If you got the far east edge and you built a line along, then that would have had gone along the edge of the swamp. Where was that drop pod? Which direction am I going? I'm going northwest. I actually need to go south. Space elevator is that direction. There's another nuclear hog. Sorry, I do want to go north. This is the right direction. Ah, there's my... Oh, here it is right here. Okay. And this is part of the point, is this is a windy, twisty turns. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to run some power cables here, just to sort of map my route from here, because I'm not super familiar with this area. So I think I'm going to keep going. Let's turn that compass off. I think I'm going up here. I was going to say, yeah, that's... I remember that nuclear hog. I think I got him to fight the stingers last time. Okay, yes, now I know where we are. So there's a passage there. There's a long cave that goes under there that comes out near the big void. So Ryuga, if your base is near the void, you might notice a big cave in that area that actually comes out here. Or is lava? It was worth playing in the swamp. Doesn't help when the stingers leap 50 feet into the air though. Oops. Stop running. Ah! I didn't... I said stop running and he stopped running. So I will have the train line come up here, and eventually I will have a branch going down into the cave there. But for now... Where am I running it to? Is it this way? Okay, yeah, we're getting closer. So there's the space elevator. And I want to build a station somewhere around here to be able to drop stuff off at the elevator. Damn it, something else is chasing me. Because this is our space elevator. And we built all this storage around here. Now, malls are very old-fashioned. I know you don't need it in the day of the depot. But I like building them, and this looked like a pretty cool layout, so I thought I'd build here. So we do need a station here to kind of ship every single resource in to deposit here. Your base is the void, yes. Recently tested turbo rifle ammo against stingers, very successful. Cool. I'm not a huge fan of turbo rifle myself, but I know there are people who swear by it. So that's a bit of a steep incline there. I think this is better. Because basically I'm not going to have the station in the water. The station will be over here somewhere. And then there'll be lots of... It's just a lot of little hilly, rocky bits here. It's like I could put the station over here. Probably the best location for it. Unless I do put it sort of hidden up the back here. Near Mr. Alpha there. But there's a node here, so this is also a reasonable place for a factory of some sort. I mean, having the stuff goods filter in here would be pretty good. But it's a bit off the track. Although the rail, if that's the rail point, it does come through here. Thing is, the main bit of flat ground over here is over here, near the nitrogen. So this is a nice big flat area for a station. So I think this is the logical place to put it, which means we want to bring it up along this path here. Which means we may want to bring it over the hill here. Or we could just wind our way through. Yeah, the path kind of goes this way. Not that there's much of a path. And then it'll come out here and we'll have our station there, which will drop off all the stuff at the mall. Ow. Wow, okay. Uh-oh. We got Mr. Alpha here. Oh no, he I'm more worried about. How many ammo do I have left? 88. I guess we're fighting all the things. I think he's just a sulfur hog. So not as bad as the nuclear ones. Ah! Okay. That could have gone better.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
That. There's more. Okay, at least those ones don't spit. You know, I'm going to go camp at the elevator while there's an ad break. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this turned out, and I think I might do like a little front building here with maybe a hypertube network outpost infrastructure there. So then you can have all the train station, you'll have a Hypertube headquarters, and then you can come here for your elevator parts. Because I already have a truck station over this side, so that's how I delivered the previous phases parts. I had a truck, it's just a manually loaded one truck, came along here, brought all the materials in, and it comes up these lifts to the elevator. But I should be safe sitting here at the elevator. Sometimes there's a spitter up there, but I think overall this is a safe place to take a short break. And we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, we are back. We are running a train line. We've kind of on the cusp of exiting the Titan Forest. We're now entering this area that I can't remember the name of. Eastern Forest of some sort? Eastern Dune Forest? It's called something like that. It's been wrestling with some of the local natives who are objecting to me coming in and trying to build a train line through the middle of their area. Almost wondering if it might be easier to run the line this way. Thank you, Halo. Because this is a bit more of a gentle curve, and then we can twist down and around here. Yeah, and then we turn there. Because this has kind of got this lump. Oops, hello guys. I'm going to hope it's this way. So I'm actually going to see if I can turn the rail around the corner here. And keep going that way. I think that'll be better. Oh, it's dark here. And we haven't been here in a while. Let's see where Mr. Stinger has spawned. Hopefully he's still in his cage. And there was a nuclear hog hovering around there as well. So maybe we should just build quickly out of this area. Oops. If we are going around the corner, we might want to come across a bit. And if we come forwards here, as I said, we are going to have another train going that way, but we need to go this way. But we kind of need to go, I think, to there. Place a cage at the Stinger spawn point. Will it spawn inside the cage, not spawn at all, or spawn somewhere randomly? It should spawn inside the cage if you put it at its spawn point. I have not done a huge amount of trying to capture things in their spawn points. I do know that beans like to spawn. There's in inopportune places. There's one of my games where I have a main highway right through where a bean spawns, and so you'd be trucking along in a truck at high speed and slam straight into a bean because it'll spawn right on top of you. Okay, we need to come sharper around the corner there, although probably need to come further out if we're going to go around the corner that way. We need to come more out here. That's kind of what I'm hoping with my swamp nuclear facility is if I can get all the spawn points inside glass tunnels, or at least outside of glass tunnels, then you should be able to tour the facility safely, and everything should be on the outside. So this one would be nice if it was level. It's a bit low though. I need to come up a bit higher because I might want to put a hypertube under it. It's easier to go high and get over things than come down low. Now this one, if I can get it level, that does come fairly low to the ground. Actually, this is a bit of a rise here. I'm okay with that actually keeping a bit of a rise. This one should, I think, be level. So if I just do default off this, it won't let me go off at a weird angle. So to get it, but if I go freeform, it won't level out. But if I go freeform first, and then on top of that beam, I use that as the anchor point, and then I go default, then default will go in that direction, but will remain level. That's the trick to keeping it level. So let's stick some rails on it and see how it looks. Might want to come out a bit further with this one, but I think it's okay. Wow, we went a long way without actually building rails. So halfway along the beam, which is 20 meters, is where we need to take each rail curve to. That way it will remain in perpendicular to that particular point. It's not perfect math. The actual elevation changes do play a factor that can affect things. But for this purposes, and because we're wiggling kind of back and forth, it'll kind of evens out, and if we do need to adjust it, it's not too hard to adjust it. Just ignore earlier in the video where I was struggling trying to get it through the cave for an hour. So this should be generally perpendicular. Now, if you snap it to the beam that's sticking out, see how it dips in like that? You need to make sure that you're sort of attaching either back here to this beam going this way, not that one, otherwise it'll affect your, it'll put a kink in your rail. No one likes a kink in their rail. If you're into that kind of thing. So if you wanted to do this with a double rail, you could do the same for the central part, but then basically you'd have put a parallel beam either side rather than just build the rail on the middle there. The video that I learned this technique through goes through that a bit, but I've decided to not have double rails in this, because that's easy mode. Where's the join? There it is. When you've got a bit more space, doing this method just with the 40-meter beams end to end, you can get through it pretty quickly. Getting closer to those spitters, who I'm sure are going to want to play again. At least most of the alpha hogs, they're over that way. I think I'm going to avoid those. I should probably go say hello to them. Satisfactory in VR? Yes, it is Satisfactory in VR Moore's Turnip, and it is awesome. It is great fun. Oops, I don't want those, I want normal rebars. Where's he going? He's trying to distract me from his friend, isn't he? Got him. Okay, so we're nearly at the point that we're going to build the new station. Run this back and forth. It's a mod, yes. So it's sort of a tool and a mod. There's a tool called UEVR which enables a VR mode for Unreal Engine games, and then on top of that there's a mod which does all the VR conversion stuff. So it adds the motion controls for the hands, it actually adds hands, has custom interfaces, so you can access like menus like this for your build menus. There's also radial menus here for your build menus and things like that, and for your equipment selection, everything. So everything has been customized to have a different interface suitable for VR. There's also a heads-up display with the normal HUD information. So there's a compass along the top. You've got your phase objectives there and your equipment status and your health. But in VR, it's good to have no interface. It's really good for immersion, so you can just turn that off and have pretty much a clear screen for the most part. So you're just hanging out in the lovely planet of Massage 2ABB with the friendly local denizens. Including a stinger back there, a poison stinger that we left inside a nice little glass cage. He can reflect on his life choices. So yeah, Moore's Turnip, if you're interested, you're on YouTube. If you look in the description for the video, there will be a link to the mod page there with all the information on it and how to install it. It's not too difficult as far as mod installations go. You don't need modes. No, well, you're a bit limited in what you can do, but you can do, you know, different hand motions at least. Unfortunately, the UE VR is good for getting to VR, but it doesn't quite give full VR controls, so I can't do like a thumbs up or that kind of interaction. It's on the to-do list, so it would be nice to have those implemented, but at the moment, it's just basic hand movements, but they can still be very expressive. So here we have our nice, long, smooth, curving rail coming all the way through. Actually, I might cut across and take a little train journey just to go a run for the full thing. Actually, I'm just going to grab this while I'm here. Heavy frames. Ooh, explosive rebars there, but probably not enough to be useful. Slain poison. Ah. And that was 25 electromagnetic control rods, which I have at home, but I don't have here. So I'll have to come back. Oh, that was a terrible throw. Okay. I might just quickly grab those. 5, a whole 5, great. Is there a little bit of poison I missed there? There is. That really hurt. There we go, got it. I should hopefully stay clear for when I come back later. Those gas plants, you don't really want to harvest them. You can blow them up. They are colloquially known as fart rocks, and they are just annoying. But there is nothing to farm from them. Okay, so where is the other side of the train line? Somewhere this direction. Random power line going there. That was heading, basically I did a quick run straight up to the Dune Desert and built another coal power supply up there. Oh, radiation. So here's the other north running line of the train line, and you can see we've got all the supports implemented along this pit. So let's chop down a locomotive. And I have installed the train interiors mod, which gives you a really cool train cockpit here, which works with the VR mod. So you can see your dashboard here and you can view the train from inside, which is pretty cool. So the train interiors mod is someone else's mod, but it's compatible with the VR mod. Yeah, it's really cool. Like, you can't interact with the controls in VR, which is why it's just showing the VR controllers. You still have to press the buttons to do the actions, but it is really cool. Turn that way. So this is a station I built last stream, which is going to be for a computer factory. building circuit boards and computers. And straight ahead there's a bit of oil, and I'm going to be building a heavy modular frames factory there, making frames out of oil. So this is the new bit of the line here that we've... I mean, some of this bit of the line here was done in the previous session, kind of up until around the corner. Ah! Whoops, who left that there? I need to put it back on the tracks before I can delete it, apparently. Okay, so this is a nice little oasis. There's lots of coal around here, so this is a place that we'll probably build a factory in the future. Yes, yeah, it is very cool with the VR and the train interior, absolutely. It is super immersive. I love it. So up ahead is the new line. Actually, I need to turn to the right. So originally, I was going to go to the left and just cut across country until we found this really cool... Oh, I need to clean up here. Really cool cave here. So I decided, let's go through the cave. How hard could it be? And I spent way too long trying to get this rail to come through here and not hit the roof on anything. So then that comes up and comes straight down into the Valley of Death, where there's usually a poison stinger on the corner there. We dealt with him by distracting him with a nuclear hog. Hiding in that hut there is a poison stinger. You can kind of see him looking out the window, looking soulful. And then down here. Back out close to our space elevator, which is near where we're going to build a station. Might need to chop that tree down. To this point here, and I'm going to build a station ahead, and basically I'll build the station before I build more rail, because how we interact with the station, how we connect the rail is going to depend on the station placing and alignment and everything. So here's our space elevator and storage. So we're going to bring conveyor belts of materials from the train and feed them into the storage. And over here is really the only flat area in the space that I can build a decent sized station. You know that you can turn off fog? Yes, I do know you can turn off fog. Actually, I've got a... If I press the button here, where is it? Somewhere in here. I'm looking through my nose hole to find the keyboard. Is that the wrong button? There, no. Where is it? I do have Sky UI, and I know you can turn off fog. I kind of like the fog though. I think it's a little too plain without the fog. The fog does add some nice atmosphere. And it doesn't seem to affect frames at all, having the fog or not having the fog. So if we snap to the grid, that grid aligned is actually a fairly decent angle to have things on. I reckon we'd probably want the station about that height. Although, where are the conveyors going to run? Yes, I can pull up the console. It's just using the keyboard is tricky in VR is the challenge. It can be done, but it's not easy. Okay, so this is kind of the dirt path here. So if we run the conveyors along here, they're pretty high over here actually. But if the rail is there, that should be an okay height, I think, to build the station from. Oops. Now we do have the nitrogen over there. And I know I don't want to necessarily overlap with the nitrogen. But I do want to kind of fit a double station in here if I can, so I might... As long as I build the station up a bit, we should be able to fit under it. Yes, you recognise where I built my base? Yes, so yeah, the void is just around the corner. So yes, this is the space elevator here. So we are just around the corner to the void here. But that tunnel I talked about back here, it actually weaves through under here, and I think it comes out here. So that there's a big tunnel that comes all the way under there, and I think there's a uranium node in there. My hub is actually down here near the lake. Why is drag not working? Loggerbug. So there's the blue crater here. So I have quite a few factories around the edge of the blue crater. So those two train stations there are my rubber and plastics factory. And so the train line kind of weaves up here and then weaves back down around here. So the idea is we have a station here, and then we'll call down here and circle the blue crater again, and we'll probably have a station here because there's another factory there, and any other factories that pop up along the route, we can have little lines pop on and off from that route to deliver products or pick up products. Now it'd be nice if that fits, but I think we're going to need more width, so we might need to knock that tree over. Maybe. I like to keep the trees if I can. This ugly thing will go. Now we do have a nuclear hog over there that I've had a few beefs with. I did one-on-one him with a nuclear Nobelisk once and a nuclear Nobelisk 1. Am I placing concrete foundations? Well, you can put a concrete foundation on your bar here, and that will let you build it. Or if you go into foundations, you can change which sort is shown here. So by default, it's fixed at foundations. I tend to default to concrete. So you can just have concrete, or you can actually say show all, filter, and it will show all the different types of foundations all at once. But there's way too many of them. So I usually start with concrete, and I'll flatten down concrete as an initial beginner, and then I will paint over it with whatever style I want to finish off with. And you can do that for other things, so walls. I've turned filter off here, but you can show just a particular type of wall, ramps, and I think windows here. So there's a kind of a wall. You can pick your different style of window there. Oops, no filter. Architecture roofs have a filter, so I'm just showing glass roofs, but you can say or show all roofs, or you can pick a particular type of material. You can also add the customizer options here. You can add these to your quick select bar down here. So on one of the bars here, bar 7, I've got colors, and then bar 8, I've got materials. So I can go, actually, oh, I'm on bar 8. Okay, yeah, good. So I can go here, let's say I want coated concrete, and then I can just paint them over as coated concrete. And then I can just say, let's go back to normal concrete, and I can paint over them. But normally, because I'll put the actual concrete version on my quick bar, which you need to change the menu to do to get that. And that way, that's sort of my default, what I start building with. Might knock a tree down. Damn it, it knocked the big tree down and not the little tree. Rip tree. I'll go in single mode and be a bit more careful. When did I last save? How fussy am I going to be? 7:13 PM and it is 7:18 PM. How long have I been waffling on? Actually, it's today's. Actually, no, don't overwrite that. I'm just going to go. Yeah. Save. Because getting trees back is a pain. Okay, cool. I had started to place foundations. Cool. Yep, so that way I can, it's easy enough to zoop these again. Oh, Bean. You can tell he'll be climbing on top of the station once I've finished it. How many is that? That's not quite 10, so... get another one at the back here, actually. Oh. The next ad break is... Backboard is loading slowly. It reckons half an hour. But I can pause for dinner before the ad break if need be. Okay, let's go into single mode and just chop down individual things. I can't believe the area missed that tree and got the big one. Maybe there's a root underneath. I wonder if it's that sensitive. I'll take down these little trees. I just realised I have no fuel in my chainsaw. I think I can probably come forward a bit more. Okay. One train station. Now, train stations are huge. Chop down that little tree. The big tree is still fine, placement-wise. So I'm lining up the middle with the slab. It doesn't need to be, but it's just makes it a bit more symmetrical. Do I need more space in the middle? Problem is, if I do, that tree is already encroaching. Probably really only need one station here because it's just drop off and they're both going the same direction. So I don't know if I need two. I'm just making two for sort of future proofing. Put the outputs on the outside. How much space we got underneath? Not a huge amount, but enough to... Whoa, 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 whoa! Settle down! I think I upset him. Explosives. You know the Xeno's apple we're equipped. Can you just swing your hand? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can just swing it. So the impact point, it's not perfect VR, it's not collision between this and the item. So it kind of hits where you're looking when you swing it. But yes, you can, like if I go stun rebar, stun him, I can then poke him like that, or I can hit him like that. Ow, 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 ow. That splash damage hurts. Oh boy, that was close. Cool. Yeah, I think I will put the outputs on the outer sides, given that there's less room in the middle here. Well, that tree's gonna have to go. These are a little... Actually, that one's okay, because that one's off to the side. This one could be a bit dicey. I haven't unlocked these yet, so I can't see how big the extractor is, but I'm pretty sure if I cut away this, I can fit it under. But now I could just rebuild the whole... Wow, what happened here? It's a massacre. Yeah, that was me. I'm guessing the stinger took out the two spitters, and then the other big spitter took out the stinger. Yeah, this is kind of overkill and future-proof, so I might just actually tear down the other side, but I'll work with this for now. So for this rail here, this rail has to split into three. It has to split into the two entrances of the stations, and then a third will basically stay elevated and we'll cut through the middle there. Although I could have the elevated one actually come down the side here. That might be a good change, perhaps. The other station I put it down the middle, but I could just have it cut through there. Yeah, I reckon I would have to remove the foundation and maybe make it a 1 meter foundation, and then it might fit Moore's turnip. It definitely wouldn't fit as with the 4 meter foundation. How does the user select what fuel the jetpack uses? Right, so you open your inventory, and there is a little cogwheel on your jetpack here, and if you select that, you can select your preferred fuel. So I've only got 3 at the moment, and solid biofuel is terrible, so I have used packaged liquid fuel. And at this stage of the game, it is by far the best fuel. Because I don't have a hover pack, and it's a little bumpy, but you can stay in the air a long time with liquid biofuel. And I have a recycling center at home that makes it really easy for me to make new liquid biofuel. Yeah, I think I might just run the extra line along here. Although, am I going to hit the tree? We just kind of work with it here. Kind of go in that direction. If you use default mode, it will stay level. And if we go the other direction, that one I'm... When you split 2 rails off, you need to be a little bit wary about height. Because this will actually only come to halfway. So let's delete that. This will only be 20 meters. No, I still do need the other bit. So we count 20 meters along here. And 20 meters along here. That'll be perpendicular-ish. As will this. Go to there. And then maybe from there we can run down just like that. Although we will need a second one to kind of come from over there and get that to... Oh, it is long enough. Straight through the tree. I think I need to workshop that one a bit more. But this line can keep coming through here. And if I don't care about that big yellow plant there, we can head straight for it. And maybe from here we start heading downwards to get below the tree canopy. This will actually run past my home hub as well. So let's aim for there. We want to go up a bit because there will be conveyors of stuff coming under here, so we don't want to go too low there. Otherwise, we're going to hit the output from the factory. If I make that level, what does level look like there? Level is quite high, but actually level might look good, because level will be over the output. It's going to really hit that tree unless I go around the branch. I think he's just outside that, damn it. Yes, he's outside. Sneaky son of a... he and I have had run-ins before. How to never run out of resources? You mean while building? With the dimensional depot. So I have my dimensional depot here with materials, and this gets filled in remotely by all my different factories. So everything here, solid biofuel is from the recycle center, so that requires me to actually have some spare stuff from there. But other than that, all the materials get filled in here. If you're spamming a lot of blueprints, you can still shoot through this faster than it will load, because it loads fairly slowly. But for general building like this, it's fine. The dimensional depot. Rice Munchex, how's it going? Good evening, how are you? So dimensional depot, to unlock, you need to look at the alien tech tree in the MAM, and you need to look for SAM ore, because you will need SAM ore to basically unlock all the goodies that are under the dimensional depot.
Azure Ren has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
Doing all right over here. How's the train coming? The train is a bit slower. I got stuck in a cave trying to make my way wiggling through it, but we're actually on the home stretch. We're just passing past the space elevator here. So we've put down a station of sorts here. We haven't set up the logistics yet, but this will be so trains can deliver products to here, and then they can be auto-sorted into containers there. Our home is up ahead, and then we've got the blue crater beyond, which is where this train loop needs to go to. Now, Azuren has requested I have a drink, so let me just look through the nose hole of my VR headset to find my drink. Thank you, Azuren. Thank you. Resist the churros. Okay, I'm wondering if I can get by without Mr. Nuclear over there noticing me. Because I don't want to fight him. I suspect he's going to see me though. Just putting final touches on your power plants. Stole a really cool sign idea from Kylo Builds. Ooh, cool. Yeah, you're making some big shiny builds there, right? So it's all those screenshots you shared. That was pretty impressive. I'm trying to not to use too many signs in this game, partly because of performance reason and partly because I don't have Lumen turned on. So They're not quite as shiny as if I had all the graphics settings cranked up, but even Lumen is a bit much for VR mode. Even for my graphics card. I think I got him. His spawn point is around here, so if we get too far away, he might spawn outside. But I think he can hang out there for a bit. Under the radar! Cool, cool. How's it going? Good evening. Only turn the graphics on high for screenshots. All right. I do have some of the shadow detail cranked up in the ini file beyond the basic stuff. But global illumination, yeah, I can't. It's not too bad. If I wasn't streaming, I could probably get around 45 frames a second, and then, you know, up that to 90 through frame fill VR stuff. But with streaming, because I'm trying to hit 60 frames a second, I can't really do that. I haven't really thought about what's happening in this direction. We're just kind of winging it here. And as we've seen, it's not too painful to kind of lay out a track ahead and then tear it all down and rebuild it. Looks so good with Lumen on, but power is expensive in GPU. I don't need 350 watts. Try global illumination with Big Booty Tom's World. Oh, what a slideshow. Yeah, that would have been a slideshow. But Big Booty's Tom's World is dense, and I don't think it really has a lot of signs, so I don't know if it would need global illumination. So I think we could potentially have the train line curve through here and join up with the loop. It'll also come down here, at least this is the plan, and it'll run through here and pick up a load from the basics factory here. So this factory is making all the basic building supplies. So we have the storage here, which is local. But if basically instead of sinking the excess, I put the excess on a train and I send it to the mall, and then in the mall it can then be sorted. So I have a stash here, but if I'll also have a stash at the mall. Tiger's graphical overhaul mod works pretty good if you're on PC. Cranks up the graphics without sacrificing frames. That might be the guide I was looking at. I have turned on a few settings. The 4090 is so smooth normally, but that world was still demanding because of the density. Yeah. I use Big Booty Toms for some of my FPS tests when I'm trying out different graphics settings. But it's not really the graphics that kills it. It's just everything that's going on in that zone. Like the entire game is in one zone, and it is dense as. So I think it's a lot of computational stuff going on. Ideally, we bring the line down this curve here and then curve it under here. I don't even know if it's going to fit. Like when I built this factory, it's like, yeah, I'll fit a train line under here. No problem. But I think it might be... You'll need to be a little cautious, I think. Let me just whack down a line. Let's go back to 4. Don't. Yeah, fine, I don't care, go on the grass. We might be able to go higher and still fit a hypertube, although this would be a point where I would probably take the hypertube somewhere else, so running the rail really close to the ground is fine here. And we've got some space here. Not a lot of space, actually. That's pretty much the lower level of the logistics.
Incoming
So
propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
worry about that when making blueprints. How many pieces blueprint considering how many train blueprints I have in the world? Yes. That's why my train blueprints are very simple. There are a couple of pillars and that's basically it. Okay, so let's see how wiggly we can get with this line. Actually, that was an ad break. Azuren, what is the ETA on dinner? Is there any game limit to the number of items, building parts, or resources gathered? Yes, there is a limit. It is pretty huge. You can turn it off in any file, but that actually the setting that most people recommend will actually crash UEVR. It's a known fault. Snowy with the whole 2 rebar bars. Thanks, Snowy. You have to build a heck of a lot to hit that limit, though. And if you're doing a mega build of that side, you're probably not playing in VR, unless you're PopCac. Okay, so dinner is still away, so I am going to take a short break here and have a bit of a bio break and another drink while Twitch does its ad thing. This is a safe space. I will be back in a few minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Back. Okay. So, yes, Hibiki-Ruga, have you found Sam ore yet? Do I have any Sam ore here to show you what it looks like? Probably not. I keep throwing it out. Basically, once you find Sam ore, you get the alien... Oh, look, there's a picture of Sam ore right there. So it's kind of a purpley stuff. And the deposits are like a normal mining deposit, but they're very shiny and they're usually hidden in caves or up very high. So once you get the Sam ore, you can unlock the alien tech tree, and this side of the tree gives you the dimensional depot, which gives you these dimensional depot devices here. So when you can unlock those, I'm assuming you're hearing this. Then you can build a dimensional depot like this, and it's just like a normal storage depot, except everything that you shove in this end gets put into the dimensional storage, which you can upgrade how much capacity it can store and how fast it loads. So I've got it set so I can store 3 stacks of every item. And you can see my wire is actually behind because I was building a lot with wire, apparently. And it is possible to still run out, especially if you're whacking down blueprints everywhere. But there, that's the dimensional depot. And you can set it up so that when you build, the building parts can either come from the depot first or they can come in your inventory first. So I have it from the inventory first, so it uses the stuff I have on hand first. If you don't have that, then if you build a whole bunch of stuff and it takes it out of the depot and then you delete it, you end up with a full inventory and it overflows. So I always have build from inventory first. And that has frozen because I am full of junk. You know what? I don't really care at this stage. I will deal with that later. It's not like it gets trashed or anything. But I am overflowing in biomass. Don't need that much rubber either. So usually before building I'll pick up extra concrete and extra beams because I use a lot of concrete and beams. Since I'm doing trains I also pack up some extra stacks of pipes, although I'm really not going through them particularly quickly. So I'm actually, I don't need to really fill up yet, but that's what I would do normally if I'm doing a big build project. But laying down tracks like this is not a huge project, like you're really just using a small amount of beams as you go. Laying down a 10 by 10 of concrete, that would certainly chew through some resources. Okay. So we want to kind of come from this angle, maybe? Now, Mr. Nuclear Hog, has he despawned and respawned? Is he still in his timeout hut? I'm not seeing him. Which is ominous. Oh well, I'm sure he'll come and say hello if he does spot me. Actually, I think just out straight. Do we want to make that perfectly straight? Nah. Now, the thing to remember to the rails is the train is not actually going to go all the way to the end of this beam. It's going to meet in the middle of the beam and then curve whichever way you go next. So it's not going to swing out this far, it'll swing to here and then I can start curving in this way around. Probably why I cut the corners short, because I keep forgetting that. Now we do need to split off and go that way as well to get back to the blue crater, so we do need a split here. Kind of really needed to be past these mine bits though. Is that pillar going to get in the way? It's not good. It needs to be lower. Okay, where are we going over here? Boing. Okay, we need to come across to this and head down this ramp here. Almost to the blue crater. Need a beacon over there to actually tell me where that entrance was, because it's a little bit hard to see. Okay, to the left of that tree. It needs to be higher because I do want the hyper tube to potentially be able to come under there, I think. So yeah, we do want that higher. Tell you what, I'm going to run the rail down here, just make sure this all works, and then we will figure out what's going on down that intersection, because that's a bit complicated down there. And there's a lot of rail we haven't actually laid here. He's not in there. Where is he? Maybe this is right on top of his spawn point. He's just clipped down into the ground and vanished. Or maybe he's patrolling somewhere and he's going to bite me in the butt in a minute. That's a little low for the hypertube underneath. So let's try. I don't think it needs to come down that far. You've already gone off course. I can probably come down further, actually. You know, I can almost rejoin it. I reckon I could do that to there. And I might be able to fudge it. Damn it. That's actually very close. Given I detoured. That's not quite perpendicular. Let's move it across a little bit. Hopefully that'll iron out in the other curves ahead. It's not too bad. This is going to overlap where I had my blueprint maker before, but this was always a temporary spot. Pretty close. Okay, so that's level. If I go level, maybe I do just run level across here. Maybe I should swing out more. Or I can take shorter runs. Let's. I did Whoops. Don't worry, it's just critical infrastructure. Although I have been meaning to like rebuild this power tower for a long time, but yeah, whoops. I think no, that one actually went across to there. I think these little lines might still be connected. Okay, whoops. And I think that's reasonable. That doesn't help. Again, you can make tighter turns by using tangents that are longer than 20 meters. Just 20 meters is really easy because they're 40-meter long beams. I think this is going to curve around here and then down the side of the steel factory. With a logical place for it to run. I don't think there's any reason to run straight down, and having a train station at the steel factory would be good if I can squeeze one in there somewhere. There's not a lot of room. I think that kinked. Missed. Wow, it's a long loop. Okay. Let me measure along here. Let's see if this, I do keep it at this height, if it comes off cleanly. Oof. Oof. Okay, that's not too bad. It's not too much of a problem vertical height-wise. Although we are going to run right up near that pole, aren't we? We'll just run straight down that way. Is that actually lined up? No, it's not. That's pretty straight, I think. The game put in the path selector automatically for you. Which path selector? Oh, you mean the little points path selector? Yes. And default for level. Okay, we didn't quite get it a level. Very close to level though. I should measure this. I just want to see if my train fits because this is a bit higher than we first tried. No, that's a freight car. Hey, it fits! Nice. Suppose we could properly measure it. Although, because this is a dead straight run, probably would be worth us actually building it on foundations here. Because if I do it on foundation, I can snap it. I can snap it to any angle I want, aligned with the foundation. Oh! Didn't like that too much, did it? Way if we take it from there, see it's not quite lined up with the beam, but it will be dead straight if it's on a foundation. Which is why a lot of train lines just use foundations. Wow, what did that do? Oh, it's because it's where it's lining up at the end. Station at that, basically I'm not going to put the station under here because it will be a bit cramped, so I'm going to put the station on the outside here. And then you can see the line up ahead there. It'll rejoin the line at that point. So I might not even put a bypass rail in here because the whole point of this rail coming through is at the station, although other things will want a shortcut. So, okay, we will want probably a second line that bypasses the station. Not everyone will want to go on a tour of the blue crater. Now I am tempted to go that way and sort of hug this wall here. That way I have the space there open for doing factories later on. These big boy mushrooms you can actually blow up, which is nice. There's actually a down ramp over there. If I could aim for there, that'd be cool. What's level look like here? Level looks like that high. I think I'll keep sloping. Although, if I put a station in here, having it actually level would be useful for a station. So if you want to continue the beam on in exactly the same direction, you actually need to plop a concrete pillar on the end. Now by moving it back 4, it means I can then continue the beam from this end without adding 4 meters on, so that way we still keep our 20-meter run, which is actually 40 meters times 2. I'll start curving a little bit. I think this bit I will make level. Almost had a level. I wonder if I'll fit under that. Cool. Hey, spot on level. I reckon I'm not going to clear that though. Oh, a buffer stop. Ooh. That snaps to that, and that. Ooh. I can use that to align things. That didn't exist last time I built a train system. Yeah, that's not gonna fit. Yeah, it's not gonna fit. So either we need to come out or we need to drop down. I think I'm just going to drop down. I like the idea of going under the outcrop, but I don't want to hit the outcrop. Now, am I too close to that? I think height-wise I'm okay now. Yeah. Nope. Oh, that's too close. Too close. I think if I just go over a smidge, that'll clear tons of room. All 40 meters, please. Thank you. I'm going to scout on ahead. Come down here. I reckon I could squeeze a factory in, a small station in there, or even over there, to pick up the steel parts. And I could just come over here and duck down into there. Or I could even slip through here, potentially. That line up is lined up, so we keep going this direction. This is actually a good direction until we get around that tree there, and then we'll head down the slope. I think this might be the longest straight stretch of track so far. Might want to start dropping down a little here, actually. As the slope gets a bit more severe. Cool, cool. Yeah, I reckon if I run right along the edge of the steel building there, and then just pop out over the blue crater. That should clear that. I mean, I could sneak underneath, but I think coming in at the top is okay. You probably want to keep going so I can leave room there for a station. I don't want to keep going straight. Let's go. I think I can angle it more down than that. Oops. From here, we want to angle, we want to line up with that angle. You want it about that high above the ground, so if we really want to hypertube through, we can fit it in under the rails. So that's kind of the line we're aiming for. Just to come in along here. And then from here we will circle out. So I'll probably make this a little higher, so this is a more of a gradual thing in. That's a bit further out than needs to be there at the moment. But Bean is telling me where to go. It's like, go here. It's like, no. I think, like, this last bit is probably just going to be guided on. Like, this bit doesn't need to be exact, it'll be more of a snap. So that'll probably actually go there, and then it'll curve onto the foundation. Okay. Okay, we've got a bit of rail to do here. I am being told that my dinner is ready, so I'm going to take a short break there for about 10-15 minutes. I'm going to have some food, and then we'll be come back. We'll actually finish the loop of the rail, and we are one step closer to actually having a train be able to go from one station to another and do the full loop. So I'm going to just hang out here in the lobby of the steel factory, and I'm going to go have some katsudan. I will be back in about 10-15 minutes. Actually, I will put a link in the chat to a video by It's Excrubulant, who is the guy who I learnt this technique off for doing rails. So if you're bored looking at my BRB message, you can go check out his video and flick through and see kind of where I got the idea from of doing rails in this particular way. So thanks. I'll see you back after dinner. And I'll run a couple of ad breaks so that we don't have ad breaks afterwards. Okay, I'm back from my dinner break. We're about to finish off this train loop at long last. It's been 3 stream sessions to do this train line. It would have been much easier if I had just done a double line to begin with, but no, I had to complicate things and decided to do a single rail full loop. So here we are in the blue crater. We have our plastics and rubber factory over there with a couple of train stations underneath. And we have the train line that goes out that side of the blue crater. And it winds its way across up through the Titan Forest to where we're going to be building a new computer factory. And then it circles back down and through past the space elevator and then winds down here and is coming down the back end here, which is going to come past the steel factory. So it's just this stretch of the rail here that we've pretty much got left to do. There'll be lots of sort of dog ends and cross rails and detours and various bits and pieces along the way. But this at least means I can start the plastics train running. Actually, it's rubber. It's rubber that the new factory will need. Ooh! Where did he come from? He was not here when I was down here before. Maybe nighttime came. He's just a little one. And I only say little because I've been fighting poison ones up in the Titan Forest, and they are huge. And this guy's a little bit distracted. Here he comes. It's interesting because there wasn't any critters down here when we first came and built this guide rail. So this is the rail line here. This is using a technique that I learned from a video by It's Excrubulant, which I linked in the chat while I was away having dinner. So hopefully you either started watching that or bookmarked it for later. So we're basically making 40-meter runs of the beams, so we need to find 20 meters as the halfway point, which is where basically the end of each curve of the rail will finish up. So with a bit of luck, when you bring this around here, because basically you're making two tangents to the edge of the rail. So when you bring this up here, like this, it is fairly perpendicular. Like, it's not always perfect. Sometimes you need to move around a bit. This one's actually a little bit more out than usual. I'm just going to put it over there, and usually I find it usually straightens itself out, but you do need to move it around a little bit. Hello, Chair. Yeah, that is a night spawn. Oh yeah, look, it's just coming in night now. It's getting dark. So this bit was straight along here. So I need to find 20 meters up from east. Now I can't remember if rails alone are enough to dissuade stingers from upsetting your day or not, or if it needs more than rails. Might need powered buildings. Either way, if you're actually in a train, they can't attack you, or at least they don't attack you. Even standing on the back of a tractor, you're safe. Okay, this is a straight run along here. I just run it straight. Is it going to stay straight? Oh, it's pretty straight. Oh, it's not going to be long enough. So I do need a point in the middle here to actually come to. And I can probably just stick it down anyway. I wonder if there's going to be another spawn down there then. Didn't jump out at me on the way past. I'm a little surprised I haven't actually died this session with the amount of stuff that's attacked me while I've been trying to build this rail. Although we did leave that one poison spider trapped in a cage. I think this bit is a straight down as well, so we should only need to get the marker. Well, I've already got the markers now, I guess. And this bit at the end is going to be a little different because we're just going to basically line it up with the foundation. That should be all the markers we need to put in place. Oh no, there is another stretch. Although, yeah, I need another marker to come down on the level. So, at least to start leveling out. Whoa, what happened there? And then from there, I reckon we can just bring it down and snap it on here. Actually, that's got a bit of a rise in it, actually. Maybe I do need to come down halfway down this one. Might actually need to come lower down there to make it smooth. And this can kind of come down. Yeah, it's not bad. Just run straight along here. I wonder if that's a load-bearing power pole or a factory-bearing power pole. I think it is. Although it shouldn't be, because power should also connect around the other way. It's also a very temporary power pole, so I just connect that to there. Let's just go like that. Okay, so we need to figure out how to get neatly from here down to there. We don't want to come this far out, it's too far. What if we use the beam technique here? So from here, we go out. So this is 4 meters. So if we go out another 16, is that music playing in the background? I don't know offhand, but it would have said at the start of the song what it was. If you can rewind the video. I don't know if you can rewind the video. We do want to go out further than that. What if I go out the full 40? Could it possibly have been... I'm trying to think of the soundtracks I've got in the mix. Tunic, possibly? I think I have a few Celeste songs in there. I wanted to come out that way a bit. And so 20 meters was that point. Although it's a bit odd to come out straight from there, so do we just curve this all the way out to there, maybe? And we also have Into the Breach in the soundtrack. Various other game soundtracks. Yes, it's finished. Now, does that look decent? Yeah, I think that's okay. So this is actually, we want rubber, and currently all the rubber is on this side here. Although I am going to rearrange these a little bit eventually. So let's have our train. Actually just want 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll just do a loop on manual drive first. Now, as I was saying earlier, we have the train interiors mod here, which works with the VR mod, so we are actually in the cockpit of the train. We can come out from a third perspective view, except that kind of shoves our head in the factory at the moment. So, first perspective it is. I wonder if I've left any other trains on the track that I'm going to run into. I seem to have a habit of doing that. Okay, so we leave the blue crater out of this angle. Come up. Don't actually stop at the basics factory. We'll keep going up the hill. Now we're into what I think is the Eastern Dune Forest. It's Eastern something forest. It's a very pretty area with some pretty scary cliffs on the edge there. There's a coal node there. I don't know if I'll ever need to use that. And there's actually 2 sand ore along this train route, just sitting on the side of the track. Usually a place for balls to get massacred. So there's an impure sand ore node right there. And then further up the hill, watch out, Bean. The pure sand ore node just in this alcove here. You can just see it over there. That's a pure node, I think. Oh, look, and there's the stingers. And over this area here, down there is the swamp down the waterfall. Train! Yes, right, so we finally got a train going in a full loop, hopefully. As long as I didn't leave any other trains parked on the line. So this is the location for our next factory, which is going to be a circuit boards and computers factory. So I put a double station there, which is complete overkill for now, but it gives us future room to expand, because later on we'll probably do supercomputers later on as well. Now the rail here does go straight ahead, because later on I'm planning on building heavy modular frames out of oil down in that spot there. But at the moment we're looking around here back through the Titan Forest. I think I just finished the power plants. Hey, how are you, Albert Du Bois? How's it going? So this particular little oasis in here is really nice. There's a whole bunch of coal nodes in here and a nice bit of water here. This is a great place to build something. And I think there's iron and caterium up the top, I think, if I'm correct. Now, originally I was going to go straight ahead here, but then I found this really cool cave and decided cool caves are cool, and ended up being a real pain in the butt to put the rail through. I was a bit pedantic about clipping, so it took me 2 or 3 goes to actually get the rail right. But the train actually does get through here with, I believe, no clipping now. I mean, it's going to clip that mushroom, but it's just a mushroom. No one cares about mushrooms. Ducks through here. Normally there's oh look, the other poison spider's back there, except his buddy is in that building on the right, I believe. Yes, he's still hiding in the building there, and by hiding I mean trapped, because we wouldn't let him out. So now we're coming to the edge of the Titan Forest here. Now there is a detour off to the right that goes through another cave that'll come out near the void in the centre of the map. But here we circle up, and this is where I might have left another train parked. And we're going to change direction. So off to our side here we have the space elevator, and I have a mall of sorts there. So the idea is trains will come into this station here and they'll drop off supplies that will go into the mall down there. Now, theoretically, there's a nuclear hog trapped in there, except he seems to have vanished ever since I put the bunker down, so I think there might be a wall clipping into his spawn point. Close to finishing the RF power plant with 150 fully slugged fuel gens. Oh, cool. It was Federation from the FTL original soundtrack by Ben Prunty. Ah, okay, yep, that makes sense. There are some FTL tracks in there. So now we're circling back past our home area and past the Doggo Fun Park. We will have a branch off there to the Basics factory to pick up supplies there, but the main loop continues down here. It's a bit of a sharp turn there. Doesn't clip there. Had to rebuild that a couple of times. Oh, does it clip there? I'll have to do a bit closer check. I think we missed it though. So I'll put another station here so I can pick up some general supplies from the steel factory. But here we are back in the blue crater. Let's pull in here. Now, there isn't any siding here, so I can't really have multiple trains lining up for these stations, so I'm going to need to be a little careful about that. I might just have one train for each station doing runs and deliveries, but we will see. But we have finished the circuit. Now, am I not facing forwards correctly? Where's the edge of my mat? Right, that way is actually forwards. Okay, let me just reset my play space. Doing those two big towers since RF is the gas? Yes. Well, I actually did two massive towers with turbo fuel on one of my other saves, and basically I pumped the turbo fuel up to the very top and then let gravity feed down through the towers, but I had about 150 generators in each tower. But then I converted that to rocket fuel, and I just took all the pumps out, and it was just like magic. The biggest blueprinter mods have too often to even fit the plan. I used blueprints, but I kind of snapped them around a spiral. So there was only one generator per blueprint, but it was a pretty fancy tower. Okay, so I'm not going to set this delivering, but I am going to set this running. Train. It is a train. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could go with my old train name, except this is more of a rubber one, so I know, rubber ink. Just so we can identify it. I'll come up with better names later. Oh, I have no idea what my other train station is called because I didn't rename it. Oh, there you go, Boris. So rubber ink is going to... Now this is Bengaluru. And it's going to go to Boris. And at Bengaluru, it will only load... Can I just say nothing? Can I have a train run with nothing? And I'm going to have it wait here for, say, 120 seconds, 2 minutes. So it's going to hang out this station for 2 minutes, and then it'll set off. And then when it gets to Boris, it will do nothing, and there I will have it wait just 30 seconds because I don't want to tie up that station. And save changes, turn on self-driving. So with a bit of luck, that will actually do a route now without actually picking up anything. Except we're going to go break the line now because we're going to be putting foundations and stuff on it. I might actually have a go at putting down the station for the basics factory now. Because that one should be pretty simple. It'd be nice to have more than one loop actually wired in, because at the moment that's the only loop that's connected. That's actually pretty high. I reckon we could drop that down a little bit. At least coming out the other side. So I think that would be a better height. Although we will need to come up higher, I guess, to have a basic station, so that's probably minimum clearance. So let's work with that. Now, okay, we've already got the split there. Okay, so it might just work if we just take it off that and then bring it down from there. As long as we stretch it out, it will look like a bit of a natural curve. Oops. Oh, and I wanted a meter higher, damn it. So once you're here, you can then rotate it and it will then should snap to the foundation line like that. Okay, so we want a single station. Really only need one platform because basically we're just dealing with the runoff of here. It's just basic building supplies. Nothing more than that. And stations are huge, so... And that grass is annoying me. I haven't actually planned... sometimes you can't pick up the grass through the foundation, so you need to move the foundation so you can grab the grass from the bottom. stations are huge. And I might need to go up a meter. Hey, if I nudge up the station 1 meter, it doesn't care. It just feels kind of wrong putting just a single freight platform on, even if the train only needs it. Yeah, right where the pillar is. Yeah, no, it's not going to work. Could bring it half a slab, and I wonder how much it would clip into that pillar, because it might actually look cool if it's clipping. And I've gone back too far. No, that's not cool. Obviously I had it forward another meter. Oh yeah, I nudged it forward, not back. All right, yeah, then yip. I know what I'm doing. I'm an expert. I've done this so much before. You'd think I'd know what I was doing. I think that's clashing with that mineral. It's flush up against the wall, which I'd actually... Ooh, no, because that's going to have to lift up. That's got to be forward. How far forward? 2 nudges. Okay. Two, no, 1, 2. Now, I kind of want a side rail going around the outside. Does that mean I need to move everything across? I think I do. Because basically I do want trains to be able to come through here, but bypass the station. Oh, our train is still over there. Oh, our train is on the move. Hey, here it goes. Man, it's nice to actually have some movement from from the trains. Oh, from anything. This thing has have a right to move too. Okay, so the station is a little elevated. It's going to be a little off to the side. Unfortunately, I can't put down the freight part without the rest first. I actually have to start from this end, which is a shame because it'd be nice to line up the freight with the rest of the factory first. And then fit everything else in. That's enough room. It's nuzzled in against the rock. I actually quite like that. I mean, the building is nuzzled in against the rock. We could bring the supplies down through this pillar or around this pillar. And we can have a through line come along here and join onto the rest of the line. Might want to branch that off before it rises up. Pick up the leaves, thank you. Verka Bacchusbron. Really, we should curve off down this path and then try and join on here. Well, I don't know if there's much advantage versus just going straight off the edge. Whoa, fell off again anyway. So from here, this is where we need to continue the freeform. Oh. I think I might make this 20 meters. I can't join there. I mean, I could join on there, but it would actually make more sense to join back up where that is up there. Except this is still a bit of a steep one. So that needs to come and join onto that point there. I think this just might take a couple of goes to get it right, rather than... I mean, I can just go aim for there and it'll line up, but I kind of need to aim for down there. I think that's not low enough. That's actually not too bad. Do we want to dip lower, or do we not want to dip lower? Part of me is almost like, don't dip at all. It does swing out and around though, so it would actually be better to come from here that way a bit more. Still curving out. I mean, I can make it not curve out by actually doing a readjustment here. Oh, get off, soup. Why is that going off at a weird angle? What the heck is going on there? We're just gonna go with that. Okay, so we need some supports along here, which we haven't done this session. So the supports, how you do that is you use a concrete pillar and you line it up where you want the support to be. In this case, I'm nudging it up because I can't get underneath. And the blueprints actually snap to the bottom. But here I can snap the blueprint to the top and then nudge it down into place. So yes, this is vertically aligned. Actually, I should have done it a little bit back, damn it, because I want it to line up with the other red one there. I paid more attention to that. We do it from the other side so I can actually see. You may think that's a very simple blueprint, but having to do it over and over and over again is non-trivial, and having to do it with the particular heights and angles it's done at, you know, consistently, non-trivial. So by doing it this way, the blueprint is an anchor, and then we connect these middle beams. Why is that not letting me do that? Hello? Is there a burb in the way? No? Fine, it's a little red beam, I don't care. So this beam here now comes from here to here. Okay, and normally I space these fairly evenly. 1, 2, 3, 4. I might do it here so it's kind of lined up with that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. And one right on the edge, which I might nudge a little bit that way, so it's actually attached to the cliff face. Oops. Overshooting. Another thing, once you get into a rhythm here, these are pretty quick to put in place. But they do take a little bit of fiddling to put the beans in between. Relax, enjoy your life. 07 lurking, still in stand-up. Cool, cool. Good morning, Relax. How's your Friday? Is it still Friday for you? Are you just starting Friday? It's Friday. Just starting Friday. Well, I hope you have a good Friday. .36 a.m. in Colorado. Yep. These I might... no, I'm just going to cross to there. I wonder if I can do this one from there to there. That's better. And this one will then branch from here down to there. And also from here to here. So this is very repetitive, but also very zen. So this is why I didn't do a lot of this on stream. I do a lot of this stuff off stream. But I just thought I'd do a little bit here to show you the process of putting the supports in for the rail. If there's a little bit of overlap in the beam like that, that's actually okay for most parts. Actually hides some of the seams, because you do get a bit of seams when something is off at an angle. You know what? We do not have a lot of signals down yet. So we've only got one train, so there's not a problem. But we will definitely need more signals. Some supports to the longer ones. And you can add a foot onto here. There you have one rail support system, and you can continue it here. I just use these foundations to just kind of line everything up. You can continue the pattern along here, so there'd be one there, and one right up against the edge, which is always nice, because then you can kind of blend it in with the rest of the foundation design. This one I might just line up similarly, even though this one's got to be stretched out a bit more. Actually, this one I could keep running the whole fancy support the whole way. Now we've got slabs of concrete. Let's keep slabs of concrete here. May or may not remove the power connectors from these particular ones here. Maybe do just cross the beams here. It's probably fine if I do. These ones I might, that one particular, I might put an extra kink in to sharper turn here. So to do that, I think I just nudge it down half, and that allows me to attach to the outside like that. And similar along here. I didn't nudge that. How is that? Oh, did I nudge that? No. Must have nudged it. That's my controller is on the blink because it is a little flaky lately. Good old stick drift. Okay, so that just makes it so that the support is a bit more lined up with the rail. So yeah, that takes a while to do for every single rail all around the place, and I need to do that all the way around the blue crater as well for all the rails along there. But now we do have a train line that is coming into our basics factory. So the plan here is instead of dumping all the stuff in the sink that's hiding up the back here, all the spare excess will go to the train instead, and the train will take it to the mall will sort it, and when the mall is full, it will sink it. Okay, so let's put down a few signals. Now, signals take computers, and computers we don't have a factory for yet. So we need to be a little bit sparing with signals at the moment. But the next factory we're building will be a computers factory. So this issue will be resolved fairly soon, hopefully. That'll at least let trains split there without blocking trains from going this way. Although this entire track here, this entire green section, is all one huge segment at the moment. Okay, what is the time? It is 9:40. We started early tonight, so this is a bit of a long meandering stream. Do we have time to get them all online? I reckon we could get at least a basic feed, even if I need to tidy it up later. Might not get anything delivered, but we can at least start setting up logistics. I reckon I must have blocked his spawn point. What if I delete that, he'd pop up into existence? What I might do is I might put one... Where do we think his spawn point is? Actually, I reckon it's more on this side. I might need to reload the game for him to reappear. It's kind of sad. Oh, I'm feeling lonely. My little nemesis, the nuclear hog, is not there. Right. This is going to be fun and games. I think that's okay, even with the grass coming through, because what I might do is I might actually put down all the conveyor belts and then basically put it all in a frame so it's not actually on conveyor. Now, I need to cut this to kind of come across and curve in underneath here. So it needs to feed in from below. So it kind of needs to come in there. Damn it. Apparently you can't build while swimming. This is going to be interesting. Let's run this along just to get a height line. And we can figure out the curves later. Okay, they can't go any lower than that. They can start going lower now. I was going to say, this should all line up. Okay, height-wise that's lining up. And I just had an interesting idea on how to curve this. There's lots of ways you can do curves. But tonight is a night about trains. That's not a very big curve. am doing conveyor belts, but I'm doing curves with trains. Tracks. Same way we've been doing curves all night. I don't know how well this will work, I'm just experimenting. So that is the curve we want our conveyor belts to follow. So what we've done is we're basically using a spline of a rail to determine where we're putting foundations to do a curve. And I'm just realizing now I might need to do more overlap between these, because the idea is that every second one of these has a foundation on it. I need to be able to snap it to the bottom. Damn it, I should have nudged it up. I might actually need to do it every one, because this is unless I can put slopes in. You know what? I'm going to need a little workers form to stand on here. Come on, I need to get under it. Okay, that's still overlapping. Good. And nudge it up 3. That way I've got plenty of space. So it's leveling out here. Oh, be quiet, Bean. Who asked you? You're a train. It's so soothing. Thank you, Wes Anderson. From then on, it should just be normal foundations. So there we have our completely custom curve to perfectly fit the curve we want over the distance we want by using a rail with pillars snapped to the bottom to help line up foundations. I might build a bit of rail at each end just in case I need to rebuild the rail, but I don't think I need to. I'm pretty confident that this is Goa. So let the materials flow. We're going to need quite a few conveyor belts. Theoretically, we have 8 outputs from this train if we want full throughput, and if we want the other platform as well, that'll be 16, but I'm just going to work with 8. So we're going to do Mark 4 belts because we want maximum speed and that's all we've got. Do I do just 4 across or do I do a double height? I think 4 across would actually look better than double height. I think that likes the rail in the way there. That's insane. 3 tiers of to be discarded construction phases for a basic curved line. Hey, it's a perfect curved line and I only have to do it once. Actually might bring this forward a bit, just so we've got room for, if we want to do actually have a storage buffer there. Way I mean, you could do this on your first playthrough, I guess, but you know, I have. Okay, technically, I have not finished 1.1. Okay, but only because I finished. I finished the game twice before 1.0 came out. One of those was with a family co-op save, which was lots of fun, and we handed in the final elevator part hours before 1.1 came out. So this, if we go, ooh, not curve mode, not straight mode. Ooh, curve mode's going to stuff up the vertical curve. That's going to be annoying. This is the problem, is there's no actual good way of doing nice vertically sloped. This actually needs slight rotating so it's lined up better. I'm going to fall in the water in a second, aren't I? And here's the last one. I mean, the slope of these should be fairly good. It's just that every now and again they level out a little bit for these endpoints here. There is a way, I think, of being able to get a perfectly sloping vertical conveyor. You can kind of attach a splitter to it and then delete it so it heals the belt. I've never found out a really good way of doing it. Is the best. This game would be so good if it had biters and pollution and combat like Factory. There was plenty of biting earlier on. I was having some serious combat with the local inhabitants trying to put a train line through their environment. So it is not all fluffy, fluffy rainbows and factories. No, they don't attack your factory. No, there are no turrets or anything like that. But there are definitely some predators in this world that are not friendly. Plus, Factorio wouldn't work so well in VR. And I still claim that the Stinger is the most horrifying creature of horror in any game. It makes other aliens pale in insignificance at how terrifying they can be. Yeah, so is the best. Have you heard of a game called Star Rupture? Star Rupture is similar to Satisfactory in that it's like 3D first person, but it also has base defense that you need to defend from aliens as well. Yeah, Dureds that got me there before me. That's what Star Rupture is for. Yeah, so Star Rupture is just early access and it's just come out, but it's all factory building with base defense elements. And yes, it's only early access, but you know, as I said, I finished Satisfactory twice in early access. Did I have over 1,000? I think I had over 1,000 hours in Satisfactory while it was still in early access. And it was a solid game end to end. So let's try this. Now the idea here is we're going to snap the frame foundations to here and hopefully it will line up with the things and look good. Star Rupture does need a bit of work, yeah. It's a bit buggy, but the core I think of Star Rupture is very good. The concept's cool and the actual rupture events are very cool. Satisfactory in early access was definitely early access in name and not practice? Yes. I mean, there was some buggy things in Satisfactory, but overall, it was solid. I mean, it was also in early access for like 5 years, so... This is what I need that walkway on the other side for. Never got the goal for walking. I started at update 5 of Satisfactory as well. Okay, so I think this bit works. Not so sure about this bit where it's bigger steps. I mean, we could add some steel beams or even some cables maybe. Maybe this is where I finally use cables. Oops. I'm going to try cables. The big fat cables or the bundles of cables? I mean, I think I should nudge it down. Maybe? Oops. Nope, that's not where that cable's meant to go. You just do it end to end. That works reasonably. At least it kind of hides the corners a bit. Yeah, that's not bad. I might actually drop this first one here down just a smidge. If I can. These are always a pain to snap. Yes, okay, I can nudge that down 1/2 meter. I think it was just this one here was a little bit out of place. Yeah. I am wondering if I do need more than 4 belts coming in though. Although the stuff that's feeding in, this should not be high throughput. This is just a little bit to fill up the mall, so we've got a central storage of all the stuff. It's not really going to be used for much. It's not like I'm running a project room off it or anything like that, which I have in past saves. You love the cable knots? So could clip out extra belts on the sides, but there is enough room here to do another belt vertically. I could vertically stack an extra layer of belts on top. Okay, yeah, I think that's pretty good. I mean, just ignore that the conveyor belts kind of stick out the side a little bit. I could use glass. I kind of like the frames though. I'm glad you liked it. And that's the thing, I have not used those cables before. Come on, let me line up. Partly because I haven't played much since 1.2, and so tend to forget about them. I'm going to fall in the water again here. Once I come over here, that's better. Oh, I didn't nudge it down. We should just be able to zoom from here. Okay, not quite from that point. It's a bit of a space, that's fine. I'll zoom from this side. Just had lunch in the UK, having us upstairs, squarey making train spiral climbs. Cool. I've done those before. They're fun. Although in this save, I'm going to try and avoid using spirals. I'm just going to have very long, meandering, climbing paths. Which some of them I've seen in some other builds before. Like there's a path from here, near here, that goes up to the pink forest, which is actually not far from here. So let's see if I can see it. Up there is. Let me just avoid the alphas and try not to run out of fuel. Where is it? I think somewhere up here. Maybe it's up there is an entrance into the pink forest. Actually, it's up there. So you can run a train line down and around here and down across this platform here and then around and circle around. So rather than just having a straight spiral up, I'm about to run out of fuel and crater. You just basically have a winding path going through the countryside. I just heard the shout of success. Cool. It's always nice when a build comes together. Okay, now this end is going to be a bit messy. I might need a little foyer area here to handle logistics, because we have 4 conveyor belts and we have 2 layers in a circle. Can I delete these roofs safely? I hope I can. Let's see what this one attaches to there, so that one's safe to return. So these kind of rotate around that way to fill the containers. So I could fill one belt in one layer, one belt in another layer, and this 3rd and 4th belt I will probably introduce partway around the circle. This is a lot of containers. I don't think I'm going to fill all of these. This is enough for nearly almost buildable part. Then again, I'm still early game, so I haven't got many of them to fill up. So I actually think I need to split these. How am I going to do this? Because there's no use having 4 belts in if you just merge them into 2 belts. But unless you segregate the parts coming in, they're going to separate anyway. So I think I need to have it so specific parts come into specific train carriages. They come onto the belts and they will go to a different part of the storage facility. So I think I'm going to do the split half-half. So 2 of the belts will start from somewhere over here. Again, I wonder how hard it is to rebuild this roof if I delete it. Because these are all blueprints. So I could start here. And then I could start the other one around sort of here, just so that it's not all going in the one spot. It's made a double stack blueprint and iterated until it worked. Cool. I think when I last did a spiral, there were no blueprints. Okay, so those 2 points are there. Could I also be just overthinking this? And I could just tear it all down later. I'm just going to randomly put it in here. The problem is if I do this way, like the steel and the pipes are going to come in. Actually, I suppose if the steel and pipes are there and the motors and beams are this way, but they're going to be separated. I think I'm just going to merge them and deal with the capacity issues later, if they arise. That's probably the wrong, yes, that is the wrong height. I mean, this has been an issue in the past because, again, because I've had made higher capacity malls that have actually driven projects, but also if I could put one of these in here like this. The maximum belt speed was limited then. But now we have Mark 6 belts, which semi-solves the problem, or at least they give you a lot more capacity than you needed before. So maybe I just bring these through. I can put a hole there. No one's going to notice that. Hang on, one of those worked. So, Halo, are you playing a multiplayer game with the husband? Yeah, it's kind of intrude on the top one. I could do it really dirty. Separate saves, both restarted for 1.0. Cool. I'm going to make this neater later on. At the moment, I'm just plugging it in. So yeah, do not judge this based on current presentation. I will make this neater. But I'm just trying to get something something online for tonight. I mean, I'm not actually going to deliver any junk tonight because I don't have the sink set up or the full sorting stuff. But at least if I have this in place, I can start thinking about bringing in trains of stuff. Where is that going? That is messy, but it will work for now. I'm at that late part of the evening where it's just like, put something in place and we can tidy it up later. That power line is bugging me a little bit though. Although part of having this floor here was to hide a bunch of logistics. Also need to put in sorting so that project parts go in that direction. Yep, put a box around it, no one will know. Because we do have an existing delivery spot here. That is a truck delivery spot for the project parts. So I do need to pull that down because project parts are going to come in on this line here as well. Not quite straight. That's not quite straight. Okay. We weren't quite at the end of the train line. So put it on there so it's lined up with the straight, and we'll nudge that back until it's, wow, that's pretty cool. Spot on. And then that will run straight. So I'm going to optimistically delete most of these foundations. And I think we'll run cable along the bottom as well. That worked pretty well. Can't quite get it in there, so let me just... If I do it in a bit, like that, I should be able to nudge it into place. Cable with visual flare off out. The cable is just visual flare, Hibiki. Using nudges to force placement, absolutely. cables are there to hide the staggered, the staggered angle of the frames. Effectively, they are cosmetic. From there, I think that's the last one on an odd angle. So from there, we can run this all the way to the wall. So copying this, cool. I'm pretty happy with it. But boy, why not just add the mod that lets you rotate these? Because I'm not using mods that change the way the game is played. Other than, you know, being in VR, I'm not changing any building stuff. Also, a lot of those mods need custom keys, which don't work in VR. I have a trigger and a grip on each hand and 4 buttons and 2 sticks, and that's it. I mean, I have menus, but if I had mods, they wouldn't have menus, so I wouldn't actually be able to do anything with those mods. One of the reasons I don't use Infinite Nudge is I cannot use Infinite Nudge because Infinite Nudge has a whole bunch more keys that I just don't have access to. The reason to not use mods is to show people what you can do without mods. And like, because I have a limit that I cannot rotate those frames, it's forced me to come up with a more creative way of making it look presentable. And plus I'm trying different techniques and see what I can do with the tools given. I've used this frames technique of having conveyor belts inside frames. I use it all the time, but I've never used a train track to get a gentle curve for them. And I've never used cables like this to kind of make it look more interesting. But it does give it a visual flair that it wouldn't have if I just had perfectly rotated frames. It's a little gnarly around the corner here as like which one it snaps onto. Again, a little bit of overlap. It's not bad at this point, I don't think. Yeah, but if the game is too easy, then what's the point of playing it? I mean, you might as well just turn on passive mode so the creatures don't attack you, because then it'd be easier. And ultimately, the game is yours to play however you want to play it. So if you want to use mods to make certain things easier, that's fine. If you want to turn on passive mode, that's fine. But to say other people can't play it their own way is a bit silly. Hi Merc, good evening, how's it going? Crouch down to get at these. Although I'm not going to be able to crouch down for the other ones, and I can't really do it while swimming. Probably easiest if I attach it to the top and nudge it down. Well, I'm wondering if smaller pillars on the edge might have been better. But I'll go with this for now, and I can always replace the pillars easily enough later on. 1, 2, 3. Science through EPR, I feel like I get myself because I handcrafted most of phase 1, not realizing that wasn't intended to grew more. Absolutely, that is a common trap. It is very easy to go, oh, I'll just handcraft the start stuff. And then you get to phase 3 and 4 and you realize, oh my goodness. So yes, definitely it is best to build a machine. If you can have a machine do the work, get a machine to do the work. And it can just tick away there for the rest of the game. Doesn't matter if it's fast or slow. Just having a machine generate stuff and put it in a container makes everything a lot easier later on. Okay, so I've put a little bit of a support under there from beams. I think that's okay. Pretty happy with how that looks. And you know what? I think that curve and that slope looks pretty cool. Pretty happy with how that turned out. I might do a walkway along the edge, maybe. I can pull in a bit and then have an offset walkway that follows the same curve around. That might be useful. That might be a bit tricky with slopes. I might need to use beams for that. Handcraft phase 1, then before moving on to start all of my automations. I mean, my phase 1 base I did abandon, like my initial phase 1. I still built the machines for it though, so that I had containers and materials, so that when I hit phase 2, I could then start from scratch and build everything. LAJ, yep, my radio control motors are literally building slowly off overflow bucks. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that, but handcrafting is a trap. And like I said at the start of this series, I'm trying to avoid handcrafting. I've had to do a little bit of handcrafting just out of necessity because of the order that I'm building factories in. Like, I need computers in order to make signals to make trains, and I need trains in order to build the computer factory. And I didn't want to have a little computer factory that was like a placeholder. I wanted to start with a blam, there's my computer factory. So I do have a few handcrafted computers, although the doggos have been quite good at giving me stuff. So just skip parts of the game and or straight up.
Sino Shariper just followed you. Thanks for the follow, Sino Shariper,
thank you very much
and
for the
welcome
follow.
to the channel.
Okay, so I'm not going to do the sorting tonight. I think that's a good place to leave it for the night. We do a bit of a tour as a wrap-up, and I will continue with this another time. I don't know if I'll do this off-stream or do it on-stream. It's setting up all the filtering and stuff is a bit maybe it's interesting to some, but it's a bit monotonous and boring. If I plonk down a train, that should stop the other train from rear-ending me. And I've gone past the train page. Where's the train page? Oh, spin train. Okay, so here we are in the cockpit of our train. Thank you. I will do a little bit of a tour as I wrap up. Mod that allows you to rotate yaw and pitch. Yes, doesn't work in VR. Extra controls. I wonder if that hog is here. So this train interior is actually a separate mod called Train Interiors. It's another mod I have installed. It works in VR, but it also does work in flat screen as well. So even if you're not playing in VR, you can use this mod to get a pretty cool interior in your train. Although I don't know how much of it you can look around in flat. I think you can look around all of it. Okay, so this is the train line we finished off today. I'll do a full loop to show you the full circuit because it's a pretty curly one. Actually, I'll start going through the basics factory here. So this bit I put the line in and the station, but the station isn't actually connected up or doing anything yet. So if I stop here, the train line starts down there in the blue factory. This is actually not a very good place to stop. There we go. So we've got a rubber and plastic factory over there. So you can see the train line comes up through there. That way to get back inside my train. I do need to maybe make that intersection a little bit smoother. So it comes up here through the eastern forest. This is along the edge of the swamp. We're getting near the edge of the swamp. Actually, we've got the... I can't remember what I'm called. There's some void cliffs or something out the side there is another area. Just a little area. I've actually got a factory down there that is making project parts. Coming along here, there's a lot of doggos along here. I've actually tamed a whole bunch of them, but I haven't got them home yet. I need to walk them home sometime. There's also 2 SAM ore nodes along here. There's one impure node that I think is up ahead, or did we just pass it? We'd passed it before. So there's a SAM ore node here that I think is a pure node, if you don't mind dealing with the stingers. And we have the waterfall there, which is along the edge of the swamp. Coming into the Titan forest here, these massive trees, very nice area, but with lots of not very friendly creatures here. Coming up here, this is where we're going to be building the next factory, which is the computers factory, because there's lots of quartz in the area here. We're going to be delivering rubber by train, which is one of the reasons we built the train line, and the rubber will be used for crystal oscillators. So when I build the factory, I'll go through the full factory plan there. The line will continue to what will be my heavy modular frames factory down by the oil patch. So instead of doing a double 2-way line, I decided to do like a circle route where trains will just get on and off the main loop. So the main loop is what we've mainly been working on tonight and finished in this stream. So I was going to go that way, but we're veering off through a cave here because why not? It's cool. Ah, the bees are back. They've respawned. If you've got to look towards the left of the train, you'll see the ancient forest of Titan trees. Exactly. Okay, if you just look to your left here, he had a fight with a nuclear hog earlier, and he won. But then I finished him off, and his buddy here is sitting in a cage there. Managed to trap him in there, so he didn't bother me at all. But it is nice when a poison stinger and a nuclear hog have a bit of a duel before you finish one of them off. So up here, I will do a fork off to the right into the cave system there when I need to go that way, because there's a long cave that runs through the area. Coming back through here, we have the elevator off there. And we have another alpha hog down there. I think I beat him up earlier, but he's back. And this will be the train station where factories deliver their a small amount of products to be put into the storage mall. Croivia, how's it going? Good evening or good afternoon where you are. Is it afternoon there? Yes. So that's the main circle route of this at the moment. Now that it's actually connected, I can actually run trains on it, because before it was a bit of a one-way. We've got our home off to the side there. I'll return there in a sec. I'll show you the rest of the line here. Circle back down and around the perimeter, and then we duck back into the blue crater. Go past the steel factory here, so I'll put another station in by the side of the steel factory here, so I'll load up any excess steel products and take those to the mall as well. So this is my blue crater factory area. We have steelworks on the left, we have coal power along the back here, and we now have plastic and rubber here. So this is where the main train was running. Doesn't look like he's in, so I can duck through the factory. Live Open Mike's here too. Wow, hi Live Open Mike, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. The gang's all here. The problem is I can't get back home from this point without going around the whole loop again. So I might need to do a few back loops, the sort of short circuit
Incoming
the route.
propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Future 4, hello, hello. How long did this take to build? This is my recent playthrough.
Future-Proof 4 just followed you. Thanks for the
thank
follow,
you for
Future-Proof
the
4,
follow,
and welcome to
Future-Proof
the
4.
channel.
This save game, if I check, 172 hours so far, so it's a bit of time. I am taking my sweet time in this playthrough, having lots of fun doing lots of architecture and creative stuff. So I'm going to jump out here, and I'm going to delete this train, and we're going to go back on foot from here. Now that Mike has a new graphics card, we can get him hooked on Satisfactory VR mod. Excellent. Is that what was holding him back? However, if I can host a server on Linux box, I could put up a new one up for anyone to jump in and out. Future, can I ask a really dumb question about Satisfactory? What is the point of building stuff other than the fun gameplay loop? There is a mission and quests. Yes, you have to save mankind and save the puppies and the kittens. So you are sent here to make project parts for project assembly. This is my basics factory through here. So there is a space elevator, and you need to create project parts of certain quantities to send them off to project assembly. So if I stand back here and try not to fall over, there's the space elevator there, and if I look up, up above is project assembly. So you have to go through several phases to send different parts up. Puppies and kittens, yes, both of them, not just one. You don't have to go this overboard with architecture, and compared to some, this is mild and simple and small. There are some people who play this as a full-time job, and that doesn't have power. Hey, do you remember when I deleted that power post earlier in the day? It looks like something else was connected. Oops. I accidentally deleted this power pole here, and I think that factory was connected to it. Whoops. More where mankind is. Entire game is an amazing companion drone who has the best lines. Yes, an AI named Ada. Playing just to unlock the story is legit, which I'm still working on. I haven't finished the main storyline yet. So right, power is restored, order is restored. Yes, there's kind of a story. So I'll show you the hub, which is where the main area. Actually, let me just check in on the doggos. I built a little water park for my doggos here, so they can splash around and have some fun. So if you tame doggos, they will go away and get stuff for you, and a lot of it's useless. But oh, Scratch has been hunting hogs. Good on you, Scratch. Like an in-your-face story, is there a use if you pay attention? Yes. Well, these other doggos are ignoring me. Come on, boys. Show me your stuff. Oh, Snowy's got slugs. Good one, Snowy. Okay. That's George and Scratch. I've talked to you guys already. Here's Timmy. Oh, Timmy's got fused modular frames. This is nice. So fused modular frames, I can't even make those yet. So these guys supply me with all my nuclear nobelisks, which I can't make yet. So they keep me stocked on random bits and pieces, which is sometimes very useful and sometimes not useful. And I'm down to 6 fuel, so I'm just going to grab some more fuel. Yeah, the story is enough to give you a reason to keep playing and to progress. He has a huge collection of tame doggos. I only have 2. Yeah, I've got 4 here, and I've tamed another 3 or 4 up along the train line that I need to bring back home. I also have one on the opposite side of the map that I have no idea how I'm going to get him home. So this is the hub that I've kind of built on top of this raised platform, and there's a ship here which delivers certain unlock parts as well. Sounds a bit like way more complex version of Surviving Mars Pioneer. I need to play Surviving Mars Pioneer. Looks interesting. Looks like my type of game. So this is the main hub interface, and this is where you have your tier unlocks as you go through. So I'm on tier 5 and tier 6 at the moment, and I've unlocked everything. But before I can get to the next phase, I need to finish the project mission. And the project mission, if you look up the top, complete phase 3, I need to make
Look
2.5
lively. It's time
frames.
to do those stretches and hydrate.
Damn it. Can you get a doggo onto a train carriage? Yes, you can get a doggo onto a train carriage. I don't know how well it works now, but it used to work. I'm just going to keep talking through the ad break, given that we're kind of wrapping up here. Looks like Steam Command might be the solution to host a server on Linux. Yes, there is a Linux server that you can install on Linux, relax. I've tried it out and run it myself. I've tested my mod on it before. Yes, I do need to do some stretches. Ugh. I can at least do that while I'm talking. So, project parts. The first one, 2,500. I've already finished those in a factory. All I need to do is have a train pick them up and deliver them.
Azure
and that
Ran
objective
wants
is
you
done.
to stretch. Go on,
I was
do
stretching.
it. Reach your hands in the air like you just don't care.
I'm stretching. Oh, there's aircon up there. So the other 2 project parts, the motors and the assembly director systems, no, they're not assembly director systems, they're something else. I haven't got factories for those yet, so I still need to work on factories for those. But those need computers and circuit boards. So I need to build a computers and circuits board factory, and I need to build a heavy modular frames factory. And then I can build the factories for those 2 products. And then I'll finish phase 3, and then phase 4 will come along, and I'll shoot up the thing into the sky, and the space station will build a bit more. And then phase 4 will hit, and phase 4 is huge. More stretches. Okay. Oh. Yes, live open mic. Give this a shot. It's great. What VR mod do you use for Satisfactory? I use the UEVR enhancements mod, which I am the mod author of. So on Twitch, if you type !mod info, it will give you a link to all the information about the mod. Dippy VR does play Satisfactory VR in Linux. Yes, he does. Performance is not great under Linux, but he has somehow got it to work. So it uses UEVR to get the VR mode. And then the mod puts in the hands and all the custom VR menus and actions and control mappings and radial menus of all sorts, and the custom HUD, you know, all the good stuff. Otherwise it would just be the same interface, and it's really painful to play without a proper VR interface. Plus having actual, hey, there's a train! Having actual pointing in VR is good. I like trains. I'm really happy that I finally have a train shooting past my front door every 5 minutes now. And soon we will have a lot more trains running. It's close to native. Thanks, Croy. It's as close to native as I can get. There are still a lot of 2D menus, like the interface is still 2D, but for this style of game, that doesn't really matter. The build menu, there is a big build menu that is all 2D, but once you set up your hotbar, actually, wrong button. Once you set up your hotbar down here, you can access that from either the radial menu or you can use the wrist menu here. So there are VR native versions of those menus once you set them up. Done stretching? Have I done stretching? I should probably stretch a little bit more. Oh, nice. So, that was a long, productive stream. It was a little bit fiddly at the start. Oh, look, we got an aurora. Your aurora, I don't know if it's borealis, but this night sky effect is actually only happens some nights. And that is really pretty in VR. And I think my headphones just beeped to tell me they're running flat. It is a beautiful game, and this world, Mike, is fully crafted and bespoke. There's different biomes and different zones. It's a really beautiful world to explore. There's cave systems, there's crash pods to explore, so there's a lot of exploration. There's a bit of combat. Combat can get quite curly at times. But you know, you learn the creatures' ins and outs. Yeah, it's a really good game. Thank you so much for your work on this one. No problems, thank you. How would I feel about 100,000 a year as a donation? I have a Ko-fi and I have a Patreon. You know, I get a little trickle of income from people who donate there. Not a lot, and I mainly do it because I love the game and I think it's awesome in VR. But there are certainly ways for people to donate if they wish to. How many hours do you have in this game? I have, I think, about 2,500 hours total in Satisfactory. Now, I had about 1,200 hours playing it flat. I've been playing this game for quite a few years. But since that 1,200 mark, all the rest of it has been in VR. So a lot of that has been mod development. So I'd say probably 500-600 hours has just been doing the mod and experimenting and getting it all working and fixing it up. So I've only really started to play it with this playthrough over the last few months. So it's nice to actually be able to sit back and relax and enjoy it. So there's the 1.0 version of the mod came out in, I think it was August last year. And I had a couple of follow-up updates after that, and I've got another update that I'm about to release, so I am still working on it. But the core of it is done. You've never broken 500 hours. I have not broken 500 in a game before as well. I thought like 300 in No Man's Sky was a lot, or 200 in Skyrim was a lot. Elite Dangerous, I might have broken 500. But when I started this game playing flat, I got hooked hard on this game. And Azuren can attest to how I suddenly managed to find hours in the day I did not know I had to be able to play this game. 300 in Civ 5. Addicted. And I'm still playing it, and I'm still enjoying it. But you know, I haven't really played it in VR since I started this save game. So I'm only up to phase 3. I'm only 170 hours into this playthrough. My first playthrough I finished in about 450 hours. I'm not sure how long the family game took to play, but that was also other people were doing things in the game. So yeah, it's a cool world to be in, and it lets you build cool stuff, and it lets you build trains and power stations, and you can be as messy or as neat or disordered or tidy or as quick and inefficient you want to be. It's however you want to play the game. Yeah, I think I'd have to check Elite Dangerous. I probably have about 500 in Elite, I think. Elite is a lot less active and creative than this, though. There's something really special about a game where you can create a water fun park for your lizard doggos. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching. I normally stream this time during a Friday. This is a Friday evening for me. I'm in Western Australia. It is nearly 11 p.m. here. So if you drop me a follow, I am on YouTube or on Twitch. Don't mind if you watch on either or both or whatever. The VODs are also up on YouTube if you miss a show and want to catch up. I mean, I know they're on Twitch as well, but the YouTube VODs will hang around and there's a playlist there. So if you want to see how to do something particular, you can go and look at a particular episode in the playlist. Sometimes I will stream again on a Saturday night. I might do a short stream tomorrow night and maybe do some more of that sorting in the elevator, maybe. But I won't start any big factory tomorrow. But I might do a stream tomorrow of more of this trains and logistics stuff. And that way next Friday, when I do a long stream, I can get stuck into the factory. But yes, thank you, Croy and Live and Bomuk and Futureproof and Halo. Wow, there's lots of people popping by to say hi. This is awesome. Thank you, thank you. So yeah. Hopefully I will see you in the next stream. I will see if there's someone to raid out to. Does anyone here know of anyone streaming either Satisfactory or VR stuff that might be good to go out to? I'll now take my... Actually, now I will save the game because I'm terrible at remembering that. Train loop done. Yay. Nice. Done. Okay. Now let me just switch out, take my headset off, and we'll find someone else to raid out for. And for you people on YouTube, thanks again for watching. Yeah, Warframe I've sunk a lot of hours into as well. Gemballs is on. Depends what Gemballs is streaming, but I'll have a look. Whoops, no, wrong screen. Outro. Catch you all. Have a good day and good weekend, and I'll catch you all later.